I didn't capture right away. Oh, hello. How you pronounce the name? Fikri? Fikri. Hello, Fikri. But today is July 27th, 2025 on a Sunday. I am returning to Siblings because, as I promised last time I streamed it, I finished translating it, you know? I mean, I mentioned that already yesterday, but, you know, I don't know. I wasn't sure what to do today. I was like, you know what? I'll just play Siblings again because, I feel like it's relevant, you know? Because it's something I translated. I say that, I use that term loosely because I don't know if it's any good. I translated it as best as I could anyway to English, and you know, I'm proud of myself for doing so because it's not something I did before. I had to learn like a bunch of things that it wasn't very clear on how to do, but I was able to like finagle, you know, the translator software, which, to be fair, is very useful. It's like super convenient, like compared to doing it manually, like in the past, back in the dark ages of like untranslated Japanese games. You know, it's way easier, of course. There's still a little bit of hiccups here and there, though. They can, like, you know, certain strings couldn't translate properly. Anyway, what did I want to do? Oh yeah, I want to show real quick. Where is it? Where's my channel? SighingSlider. YouTube.com/SighingSlider. You know, that's my goddamn, say my goddamn name, you know, Heisenberg. No, anyway, playing a little OST. I think that when you first open the game, it doesn't have any OST, it doesn't have any music, so that's why you open up the developer's game channel, which is separate from their main channel. This is specifically for Siblings. Anyway. Oh yeah, and I also, I don't know, is it just me? But like, I don't like having my recommended showing every damn time I go to YouTube. God, it's embarrassing because sometimes YouTube recommends me videos I'm not gonna watch. They keep recommending me it over and over again, and like it just makes me look like I watch certain content when I don't, you know. But anyway, I think I recently just now installed something called Unhook, which I don't know if it's the best one, but like it just removes all the recommendeds. But now it's a little bit more cleaner, you know. So it's just the video, you know. No goddamn recommendeds. Stop recommending me things. You know, again, it's like I don't like the recommendations because sometimes they just recommend me things that because I watched like one video, you know. Now it's recommending like 20 more videos of that same topic, but like it might not be from content creators I even like. Anyway, I don't know. It just makes me feel like it reflects poorly on me. I was gonna mention. So go over here. So I played Siblings initially the first time a month ago, I guess. Last month, I don't know the exact date, but I played it a long time ago. I don't know why it has 500 views, by the way. I don't know. I mean, you think the Giantess dating sim one would have more. I don't know. But this one has 500 views. I mean, relatively for a stream, that's pretty high. You know, obviously it's not... What is it, like 6,000 views of that random video I made? This is the edit of just Shiro punching Shinji in the, I think, was it the Heaven's Feel movie, or is it the Unlimited Blade Works movie? I can't remember which one it was. One of the Fate Stay Night, you know, movies. I just made a little edit because I was inspired by another content creator, and it's not like I do this like a lot. It's just sometimes I'm inspired by other YouTubers. What's his name? Aaron. Was it Headbutt or something? What was it? I can't remember. No, that's not it. Yeah, this guy. Aaron Headbutt. You know, because he makes or I don't know if it's a he, but I'm just assuming. I'm just gendering people, I guess. Misgendering as usual. They, I guess, made a bunch of videos based on Fate Stay Night, which are just a bunch of memes, you know, especially like edited clips from the movie, you know, in particular, and like they're often like out of context and like recontextualized, you know, as if like this one, like this video for example. I mean, I don't know, what's this video? What's this one? This one's the one. Yeah, Heaven's Seal spoilers, by the way. I've already read the visual novel, but you know, he's jumping, he's gonna go over here, he's gonna jump, whoa, what's going on? And then he does that one jump again from, for some reason, there's a meme, inside joke in Fate Stay Night where Shiro always does this one thing, because there's that one scene where he tries to jump over the little, what's it called? I forget what you call it, the high jump, I guess, but he keeps failing, and then for some reason that's why a bunch of girls fall in love with him. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, I guess the joke is that he falls and then he dies into the lava, like the end of Lord of the Rings. Anyway, I have no sound, but that's just getting an idea, or just getting an idea of what his videos are like, or their videos are like. I don't know, I keep misgenerating people. I just assume men by default, which could be true, but I don't know. Anyway, I was inspired by this content creator in particular. Maybe I should put that in the description. I don't know, but I made a similar edit. You see here, it's like this and that, but like it's edited to be like a lot more dramatic than it was. Like in the movie, Shinji just gets punched in the face, but like I just made it like a big explosion. For some reason, it has 6,000 views. I don't know. Anyway, I was gonna say, yeah, just comparing my own videos to myself and making myself feel bad, I guess. Well, not feel bad, but you know, it's just how YouTube works. Anyway, I still don't know why that's 500 views exactly. Maybe people from like the Vinesauce stream, you know. I remember, like, again, how I initially found out about the game actually was because Vinesauce played it, you know, or Vinny Vinesauce or whatever, playing part of a Japanese indie pack, which I believe was curated by one of the mods and another content creator, really. Was it Red Agent Jackal? I know I'm getting the Red Agent Jackal, right? Which, I mean, I follow the content in the past. I don't know the order. Is it like Red? Is it Agent Red Jackal or is it Agent Red Jackal? Or is it Red Agent Jackal? Wait, no, it's Agent Red Jackal. Agent Red Jackal. That's what it was. Anyway, I even told them about it, about the English translation of Siblings. But anyway, what was I talking about? I'm just rambling, basically. But you know, I played the game like a month ago. It was only in Japanese, however. Recently, though, I've released English translation of the game because I felt like it was a bit of like a hidden gem. Like, not a lot of people knew about it. It was only Japanese, so I kind of wanted to like make it into English so that more people know about it. Even though probably it's like barely a drop in the bucket in terms of like how many more people even know about it. But like, I don't know. I'm trying to do my part, okay? To like show off this cool game that I like. Is what I'm trying to do. Anyway, let's I mean, there's still a lot more things I want to talk about. I feel like I don't know like it would be the entire stream, maybe. Oh yeah, I also put on the little thing. I put it on top right this time. Last time I put it on when, you know, the what's it called? The developer's other game, Koko no Mozushi. Was it Koko no Muzumushi? Koko no Zumushi is a tongue twister. They have another game, kind of like a sequel, spiritual successor, but it's not done, you know, it's in development. It's like mostly just a, you know, prototype. But I just put on the little thing, you know, to show like my arrow keys and everything. To be like, you know, so if I complain, if I die, like if I miss a move or if I miss a parry, you know, you can see exactly how I mistimed it. I don't know. The text is a little bit off though. I wish the text would be. Hold on, let me see here. Let me see here. My epic. I don't know. I'm trying to be silly, okay? My epic gamer reaction speed. Maybe make it a little bit smaller so like it fits in the little box here, like that. Is that good? I don't know. I last time I put it on the bottom right, but if you watch my video, it gets blocked by my avatar. I think that's an option. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if you should disable it or not. But like usually you have like a little watermark, but it appears on the bottom right, at least on desktop. So that's why I put on top right instead. Anyway, Siblings. This is an English translation. First message you see: seek the immortal. By the way, which it's kind of like a motif. Not really. You see it like maybe 3 times at most. But like that's the idea, and you know that's why I call the English page on Itch.io Siblings Seek the Immortal. I think, yeah. I put this little trailer here and everything. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's a lot to talk about. I already briefly mentioned this yesterday, but like I made a little trailer and everything as well, which is really just based on the Japanese trailer, you know? I mean, can look at that real quick. Hold on, let's open up the tab here. You know, and I guess compare it to, where is it? Oh yeah, this one. This is actually the original trailer. Which one's watch first? I don't know. Okay, hold on. Now there's like 2 audios though. I have to like mute too much. Okay, so this is a little trailer I made. And, you know, not that special or anything. It's just some gameplay. Because that's the main draw of the game, really, right? It's to show off the little, like, system where you attack, and then you can dodge, you can parry, like so. I didn't do it perfectly there. I just kind of put the clips together. Again, very similar to the original trailer from the developer, actually. The only difference is just it's in English. I just want to show off, like, you know, attack here. This is slightly different because I don't think the original gameplay actually showed that character, that boss, and then you get freaking choked out. Which, by the way, I posted on Twitter, which, you know, it's like maybe like 2 people saw or something. But I think the choking part got labeled as like graphic content, you know, which is basically not safe for work. Which is not the end of the world. It just means that you can't search for it. You know, if something on Twitter is labeled as like graphic content or like explicit content, you know, you can't find it anymore, at least publicly, without being logged in and everything. So I actually reposted it. Where is it? Oh yeah, this thumbnail, by the way. Let me explain that later. But I had to repost this, which I don't know. It's the same thing. It's just the only difference is that when the grab attack happens, it just gets immediately cuts. Which I don't know if that makes sense. Does that make sense? It looks kind of weird. It looks like you just bang your head on the floor and you die. I mean, that can happen, I guess. I also added the developer. I don't know if they saw it. Hopefully I didn't spam them, because I initially posted, and the day after I saw how I got like labeled as, again, like graphic content, which I think was just automatic. I think it's, again, because of the choking. I don't know. I think it was the choking. You know, too much choking. I don't know. That's why I edited that part out, and now it seems like it's fine. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I don't really use Twitter that much. I don't know how to advertise on Twitter, I guess. It's not even advertising. I don't know. You could promote. I don't want to pay money. But you know, I don't know how helpful it is for me to like post this on Twitter, but like, I still wanted to like post something, so that's what I did. Oh yeah, and this picture, by the way. I mean, if you saw the original game, if you played the original game, you know, this context is like one of the bosses like doing a grab attack on you. It just looks like they're kissing you, though. You know, that's what it looks like. Just a very aggressive kiss. That's why I made the title that way. It basically is to clickbait people. You know, I don't know. I don't know if it'll work, but like I'm trying to clickbait people into checking out the game, essentially. You know, I don't feel bad about it because the game deserves it. You know, it deserves more attention. So I will clickbait people by showing this as if they're kissing. I don't know. Like, with this, I just assume more people will like look at it and be like, "Oh, these people are kissing! Whoa!" You know, and they play the game. Actually, it's not really a kiss. Well, it is a kiss, but like it's a very violent one. Really, the game's not really like a dating sim or anything. You know. Anyway, like I tricked you. It's not a kissy game. It's Sekiro, you know, the shadows die twice, or something like that. Anyway, I also posted on Blue Sky. I never use Blue Sky. I just open an account just to take the name, and I just posted one video here. I get 1 like, you know. I don't know. It's something. Again, I'm trying to like promote it, you know, a genuine effort to promote it. I also, yeah, not that one. RPG Maker-esque indie game with siblings, because I feel like when you search that, like literally when you search, hold on, just in case I don't know, something bad happens. RPG Maker indie game with siblings. I think I demonstrated this before, but like, yeah, it just shows Coffee Nanny and Lily, which, to be fair, you know, I played as well and I liked it, but like, I don't know, it's just funny how like it gets overshadowed by this game because it's another game that's featuring siblings. I swear the name is like a little bit like too generic, you know. Anyway, just turn that on. Just a little background music. All right. Oh yeah. Well, hold on. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to show off the original trailer as well. So, there you go. This is the trailer made by a developer. So it starts out differently. So it starts out a little bit slow with Wolf RPG editor. That's the main difference. I wanted my trailer, quote unquote, to just show the action right away. Because I feel like the attention span of the average person in 2025 is like 0.5 seconds. So I just want to show it off like as quick as I can. Because this is the part that's interesting, right? And I did a very similar edit, right? See there? They just they swap to different enemies really quickly. That's kind of what I did. I just did that. I just kind of copied what they did, essentially. Like boom, 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 switch, boom, 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 switch. They show less though. I show more of the actual like later parts of like the boss transition, and like the actual boss, like this boss attacking you. Oh yeah, and a little tease of the final boss, by the way. Spoilers, even though it's like a very short game, this game. It's a very short game, by the way. It's not as if it's like a 20-hour adventure or anything. Anyway, it shows up all the things, you know, like Wolf RPG editor, yay, everything. Okay, but, you know, I just wanted to show off, like, the important parts. So I kind of, like, made it a little bit shorter. Because that's, you know, I feel like, unlike commercial games, you know, AAA games or whatever, who cares about all the like credits and stuff, you know? I mean, when you finish the game and everything, I mean, I do credit the game, you know, and everything, like outside of the game. It's just within the video, you know. You don't have to like show all the like companies, who made it, you know, what engine is it made in. Like, it doesn't matter. People don't care about that, you know. The typical consumer doesn't care about that. Yeah, I feel like big corporations only use that only because, well, it's tradition for one, but also for legal reasons, you know. They have to say like, oh, these people made this and this, we're a big company, you know, look at our brand name, whatever. But like, if you're just an indie developer, most people don't know who you are. So like, just show the gameplay, you know. Just show the burger, you know, the McDonald's commercial. Show me the burger. Anyway, I don't know. Again, I don't know what I'm gonna do today exactly. I guess I'm just gonna play through the game again, right? And maybe show off a little bit differences in well, not differences, but rather like showing off a little bit more of the actual translation, right? Because obviously if you played it in Japanese, or when I played in Japanese, none of it was translated, so you can read any of this. But now you can, right? I think I showed up a little bit already, you know. I think when I streamed it, I think I was working on the translation already, I think. So there was already a little bit I did translate. But anyway, again, I use the term translate very loosely. You know, what's that remind me of? Very loosely, and I use that term very loosely. Oh yeah, I think it's episode 1 of Germercraft or something. You know, that meme about how German 985, you know, famous content creator, his first episode of Minecraft. You know, ladies and gentlemen, you know, hello to episode 1 of Germercraft. You know, I'm gonna do a let's play of Minecraft, and I use that term loosely or something. Also, that's not a very good German impression. I don't know how to like do a German impression. Anyway, Seek the Immortal, by the way. And to be honest, I didn't know how to translate immortal, to be honest. I kind of ended up saying immortal as like a general term, but like in the translation, it could have been interpreted as like a proper noun, I guess, like immortal as like a one immortal, or like it's ambiguous. I think it's implied in the lore, quote unquote, which you can actually find. You see here, it says you can view information in the journal. You can press X to open the menu and check your belongings and your items, read the journal for more details. So there's actually a bunch of lore, by the way, in the old journal here, which I feel like most players would skip, I feel like, you know, especially the Japanese version. You can't read Japanese. There's actually a bunch of lore in here, and also tutorial messages and how to play the game and all that. A lot of things I had to translate, which I feel like, I don't know if I translate correctly. Other than maybe the technical stuff, like the tutorial. I feel like the tutorial part, I think, is very straightforward, even though it's a little poetic sometimes, you know? Like, for some reason, there's little comments here and there, just like Dark Souls. Like, even the tutorial messages have some kind of personality to them, I guess. There's even like a little diary entry here, so like, it actually, there's more entries that add up as you go through the game, you know? Especially if you talk to the NPC. If you skip the NPC, you don't get as much lore, I feel like. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, it says here, like your mission, you know, this is only the Ronin can do. By the way, I changed it to Ronin. I don't know, this is a last minute change. It was for Lone before, or like Wanderer or Travel. That's the whole thing. I didn't understand how to translate the character. I put it in like the Japanese dictionary. It was like very confusing. I still don't understand what it meant. I just ended up using Ronin because like it felt like it fit the vibe the most, I think. Like the character itself, I'm not gonna find it, but basically the character itself is like, it just means traveler. It can mean different things. It can mean traveler. It can mean like a loner, you know, or like a wanderer or something. But I believe it's also an old term that could be referring to ashigaru, or like soldiers, you know, on foot, I guess, in the Edo period, essentially, something like that. I don't know, Edo, no, like old Japan. So I was like, Ronin doesn't really fit that well, but like, you know, it just means like a samurai that doesn't have a master or something, or, you know, so it doesn't like fit that meaning correctly exactly, but like, you know, I feel like it's supposed to represent kind of like a knight, you know, like an old classical romanticized knight errant, you know, a knight that doesn't have its own land, just wanders and does hero stuff, like a knight hero, I guess, in like medieval fantasy, essentially, like a D&D adventurer. So like Ronin would be like the closest word I would find for that. That's not just like knight, I guess, because when you think knight, you think like a knight in plain armor, you know, which is, and this is more like, I don't know. I mean, we're not using katana, but like, I don't know. It's just, it fits the best, even though it's not exactly correct. I couldn't think of another word that would fit, you know? Again, initially it was like forlorn, but I didn't like it that much. It didn't roll off the tongue that well. Anyway. Well, all I wanted to say is, though, you know, you must seek the immortal, otherwise all will be lost. So it's kind of like a motif. That's the mission. You seek the immortal. And it's kind of like, very ambiguous what that even means. Immortal. I think that's the idea? I'm not sure. Anyway, did I read this text yet before? I think I might have done it on a different stream, but like, let's like focus again more on reading the translation that I made, I guess. And also, I guess the little quirks here and there, you know, like, you know, see all these labels, and the labels, I can't remember what was like for this inventory, or was it the journal? I can't remember. But at some point I had to like go into the Wolf RPG editor itself to change the labels, because for some reason it didn't translate correctly using the software that I had, you know? Translator plus, which by the way, I haven't even played the game yet, by the way, but like, I don't know, this is a lot I just want to mention, because I kind of worked on this for like several weeks at this point, I feel like. But basically, I use this tool by Dream Savior. Again, very useful tool. Similar, funny, because it says here, right? It says, one day I encountered a good doujin game, which by the way, doujin doesn't mean porn always. It just means independently developed. Really, it just means indie game. It's just indie Japanese game, really. Anyway, a good doujin game at a certain site. I guess doujin can also mean like fan work, right? Actually, like, you know, it can mean like, because, you know, in Japanese anime subculture, you know, and you know, anime and manga, you know, subculture, fan works are actually, for the most part, encouraged, actually, in Japan, you know, at least within that subculture. You gotta be careful when you say Japan, because people always say like, actually, you know, just because it's from Japan doesn't mean it's like everyone knows what, like, not everyone's like into the same thing, you know. It's like not everyone's like freaking nerd in Japan, actually, as it turns out. So I always use subculture to try to like communicate that. It's like saying gamer, I guess, you know. Not everyone's a gamer. If you walk down the street and be like, hey, have you played the latest like Metal Gear Solid or something? I don't know. Or rather, Metal Gear Solid Delta, I guess, coming out. But, you know, the average person doesn't know what that is. You know, the average person isn't really a gamer, besides maybe like sports games and like maybe the most popular type games. But otherwise, they don't know what video games are, you know? So it's kind of like that, you know? Anyway, what was I saying? I was explaining doujin, right? Because when people think doujin, I feel like people think porn, but it's not always porn. I mean, you can look it up here, I guess. I say is that there's porn shows up. No, yeah, it's like a fandom or whatever. And then they self-publish creative works based on those groups. Manga, magazines, novels, music, anime, video games, you know, stuff like that. I mean, obviously, there's like, I'm assuming like anime conventions or like that. I don't really go to anime conventions though. Seems like a lot of, I don't know, seems like a lot of walking around just looking at things, and I just don't find that very fun. Anyway. Anyway, but yeah, this person one day encountered a good game. It had good reviews, like the artwork, but too bad it's in Japanese, and most people on the earth don't speak Japanese. So that's why they try to find some kind of tool, translation tool, and machine translations kind of suck. And then, you know, limited knowledge Japanese, more understandable. So creating manual. Oh yeah. So, okay. I mean, first of all, machine translations suck, and also second, creating manual translations are painfully vexing, which is to say it sucks. You know, because you have to manually move all the files and everything, and like, you have to go into the files and you got to open it in the correct, you know, script or whatever you call it, scripting language. I don't recall it exactly, but. And then you go in, you know, that's all you have to go find the string and then you change it to the correct one. And it's just like really, really annoying to do it manually. So that's why this person created a tool, which is very useful. Allows them to just quickly translate an RPG Maker game. And it is compatible with like a Wolf RPG Editor, for example, as well. That's what the editor looks like, and yada, yada, yada. And I used it. Again, very, very, very convenient, very useful. I think this is actually incredibly amazing. I wish more translators actually, I mean, maybe a lot of translators have already used this. I never heard of it, you know, until I ended up looking for something to translate. Though I guess, no, I might have heard about it actually, like a long time ago. I'm not sure. I don't know when this came out exactly, but I think I've heard some kind of translation too. I just never used it until recently, but anyway. This is very good. You can download it and everything. Yeah, that's what I used. I guess I was gonna say, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, it is a little bit, there's a bit of a quirk to it though, I feel like, you know, you still some things you gotta like, it's pretty user-friendly, but it's still, some parts of it still isn't that clear, actually. Like, it's not a plug-and-play kind of thing, you know? Well, for most people, maybe, if you're, like, computer-savvy, I guess. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty computer-savvy myself, but, like, I don't know, I still had a little bit of trouble, because you had to use, like, the correct, like, converter, I guess. I don't know what you call it, but, like, you know, initially I tried to use, like, a specific add-on for, interpreting the Wolf RPG editor files, and it didn't work properly, so I used a different one, you know, because it was the one that had to that changed the text boxes. I think I mentioned it last time, I think, but like if you change the text boxes for this game, it just breaks it, so you can't do that, stuff like that. And also sometimes certain entries don't get translated, you know, things like that. I mean, let me just show real quick. I think I specifically downloaded. Well, another thing is that if you try to open it from a different account, which is very, I guess, specific, it's not really a use case for most people. But I guess, you know, I was using this translator on a different account because I like to have it separate from my streaming account, so less chances to dox myself. But like if you do that, it doesn't work, right? Like for some reason, it doesn't load properly if you do that. So I have to re-download it. That's what happened, I think, initially the first time I tried to show off the translator. It didn't work because if you, for some reason, have it in a different location, I believe I even tried, like, I downloaded it initially just yesterday, and then I moved it to a different location, and then it broke again. So I had to re-download it again. So, you know, it's just not very, how do you say? Like, it breaks easily if you touch too many things, I guess. Anyway, but this is what it looks like. Hopefully the developer doesn't mind me showing this off a little bit. It's like, I don't know. I mean, most people can't, if you're an English speaker, you can't read any of this anyway. But it's just to show off like the actual software. Again, initially you would have to like open up the actual game file, folder. You have to like dump all the, you have to export all the data as well, by the way. That's a different tool, which I can be honest, I don't remember how I did that. To be, you know, I can't remember how I did that exactly. I used some other tool basically, which again, I don't know. Developer is hopefully is fine with that. You know, I mean, I did ask his permission to translate their game. I didn't say how I translated their game, but anyway. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to leak that. I'm not going to leak how to do that exactly, because I feel like that's, I don't know, I feel like if you're a developer, you don't want your code out there unless it's like, you know, unless you could give permission, of course, and like it's open source, but I don't want to leak that part. But anyway, but yeah, so this is what it looks like. Obviously, this initial translation, the way I did it is just machine translation first, so just automatically machine translation, and then when I revise it here in the second column, you know, it's kind of like Microsoft Excel, by the way, which I actually learned how to use. That's spreadsheets. Also, hello, Kewo, by the way. I'm just, so yeah, today, by the way, if you're just joining in, I'm just kind of like rambling, just talking about the Siblings game that I translated, you know? I played it last month, right? It was last month? Last month. And You know, before it's only Japanese, now it's in English. So play it, download it, and give me 5 stars now. I appreciate the person who did 5 stars here. I don't know who that is, but like, you know, make an Ichio account, give me 5 stars now. Anyway, make this game super popular, and then I can ride the coattails and be like, hey, I helped, you know? I didn't make the game, by the way. I'm trying to not make it seem like I'm the one that made the game. I'm not trying to take too much credit. It's Koko no Zumushi. This is the actual guy that made it. Like, give him money, you know? You can give him money, I think. I think if you go to... where is it? You go here, and then you can press donate. And I don't know if you need a Japanese account or anything, but like, I haven't tried it yet. But like, this is like a whole Amazon thing. And so you can like give him an Amazon gift card, I guess. And he can buy like some random shit on Amazon. I don't know. But yeah, give him money. That's specifically why, by the way, I don't know, nobody will care about this very small detail, but like, that's why I don't have an option to pay me, essentially, right? There's an option, I believe, where hopefully I don't, hold on, let's just make sure I don't dox anything. Let's see, go down here. There is an option to, where is it? Here you go, pricing. Again, hopefully it doesn't dox anything. I don't think so. Anyway, here. So this is the behind the scenes, by the way. So there's an option to, by default, I think it's $0 or donate, which is most itch.io games, by the way. So you can download for free, but then they always give you a prompt to like donate some money if you want to. I feel like most people don't. You know, just like game mods on like modding websites, most people don't donate. But you know, I don't take any payments at all because I didn't make the game. I just translated it. So like, you know, it's just a free download. It's just, you just download right away. There's no prompt to be like, hey, can you please give me some money, please? No. I'd rather not take the money. I mean, if I could, I guess I could just give it to the developer. But that's kind of like weird, you know? It's kind of like money laundering. I don't know. I mean, of course, ideally, the developer himself would just, you know, make the page. But I feel like, you know, I'd rather just do the work for him and just, you know, instead of him navigating everything, because I imagine he probably is too busy, you know, to just wait for him, like, you know, to make the page. I'd rather just make the page for him. But anyway, but yeah, and also paid, of course, which I think is more rare to make it paid, I guess, but it depends, I guess, on the game. But yeah, I don't take payments. I don't take payments, okay? Anyway, what was I talking about? It looks peak. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very good. Again, I haven't actually shown any gameplay so far. I've just been rambling for like 10 hours. I mean, if you're interested in gameplay, definitely, again, check it out for yourself, or you can even see my stream. I streamed the Japanese version as well. I played through the game, fought all the enemies. It's not a very long game. It says right here, like 20 to 2 hours gameplay, though I spent 4 hours, but anyway. Actually, well, if I remember correctly, I think in the initial stream, I did beat the game within 2 or 3 hours, but then I played it again. Yeah, I think is what I did. I played it through again, and I fought the secret boss. So it can be longer, but usually it's pretty short. This is a very short game. You can play like an hour at most, average. If you don't like make it too hard on yourself. I feel like the number one thing, something that maybe I should make like a gameplay tip page or something, but like, if you don't pay attention, it can be pretty hard, because if you miss out on the upgrades, right? There's actually HP upgrades and attack upgrades, and if you don't go to your inventory and activate them, which you might not know originally in the Japanese version because you can read, then you might miss out on that. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, translator, right. So this is a show like the translator plus, again, super convenient. Again, but there are some quirks though. I can't remember which one it was. I don't remember which one it was exactly, but it was like, I think for some of the translations, I think even though I put it in, it didn't update in the game, so I had to literally go into the game files with the Wolf RPG editor like software, which is the actual engine of the game, and just manually edit the database myself. You know, I had to do it myself. But other than like a few quirks like that, for the most part, it's very useful, because you just gotta change the string, because these are based on all the strings in the game. You just gotta change them, and then like that. What you don't want to do, by the way, is literally like automatically translate literally everything, because I believe, like for example, this one, I believe this is Furoro 1, I think Furoro 1 or something like that. It's just, this is a variable. I think this is just based on the scripting in the game, so if you change this, it'll break stuff, you know. Or like this one is erute, I think erute, Irute is just the name of the character. I think it's funny. It's translated to elete, which it could be interpreted as elute, I guess, because R and L sounds are very similar in Japanese. They're basically the same thing. That's why someone with a Japanese accent, you know, is like when they ever pronounce like L and R sounds, it does sound very, you know, very Japanese, I guess. You know, it's like they don't differentiate between the two. Once you understand that, you know, you're like, oh, okay. That's why, you know, it doesn't sound like exactly the same in English. It's just funny because when Japanese people speak in English, and people make fun of it a little bit, and I'm not trying to be rude, it's just a quirk of the language, and, you know, I actually like the language, but it's like a quirk of the language where everything's pronounced mostly the same, based on the same, like 5 vowels or something, a, I, U, A, O, a, I, U, A, O, 5 vowels, and so, you know, people call it English, you know, English, essentially, like English, but English, because the L and R sounds, not, they always, like, pronounce it differently. But, funnily enough, like, if you're from Japan, like a native Japanese speaker, and you speak English, I guess, to another Japanese speaker who also learns English, they actually are, they understand each other perfectly, actually, because it's just their accent, you know, it's just an accent, it's not wrong, it's just, they just pronounce it differently. Anyway, but you know, I end up choosing Irute. I don't know. I could be. The thing is, I could be misinterpreting it because maybe it could be something else. I'm not entirely sure. How do they pronounce it? It's like, "Watashi wa Irute morishimasu." So how you? I forget how to translate this. How do you translate this? Oh, it says here. Oh, to moshimasu. Right, moshimasu. Watashi wa irute to moshimasu. Again, I'm saying it very broken. I'm criticizing Japanese accent, but like my accent of Japanese is probably horrible. Hontou ni arigatou gozaimasu. Aruka kata. Aruku. Again, aruku. I don't know how to translate aruku. Because aruku just means like someone who like walks, or like someone who like travels or something, you know, like aru I think just means like walking, you know, so what does that mean? It's like very strange to translate that, so I put it as wanderer. I think that's correct. I don't know. That's how the NPC refers to you, you know, like a wanderer for some reason. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, but yeah, the name Erute. I don't know if it's Erute. Is it Erute or is it like Erut? It's like Naruto, you know? Is it Naut? I'm not sure. Erut. It could be Erut. Like, you know, sometimes the te is like in English, if you translate it, it's like sometimes it's not te, it's just t. It's just a t sound. It's not te sound, it's a t sound. I don't know. Anyway, but I ended up using Erute. All the names are just kind of weird. Like I'm not sure if they're translated correctly or not. But let me see. Let me play more of the game. You know, I feel like I've been rambling for way too long. Before I talk more about the translations, the little quirks, and the little things I did, let's just go through the game for a little bit, you know? Let's stop to Erute. Again, like, did I do this before? I don't remember if I did or not, but let me do it again. So, so, you know, again, this is the English version, so you can actually read the freaking dialogue now. There's actually dialogue in this game. It's not a lot, but like, it's a little bit. You're a wanderer. I see. You have a mission, but this world is already in ruins. If you're still going, then please be careful, wanderer. Again, hopefully I translate that correctly. I don't know. So again, so a little bit of dialogue there. Something that I feel like a lot of people might miss because of my own experience in the RPG games is that you actually need to talk to this NPC again. If you don't do that and then you go past the first stage and the first boss, he'll disappear actually. So you actually want to talk to him again. Which, by the way, something I didn't notice. I mean, I guess you can, now that I can see it, by the way, it's like kind of obvious, but he's actually missing his legs, which is like something I didn't notice before. Like you don't really see it here, right? You kind of see the top half. And so you just assume there's legs, but like he's actually missing his legs. So he's just kind of floating around. Anyway. Wanderer. Forgive me if I'm asking for too much, but I have a request. I'd like to go further ahead, yet I can't make it by myself. Would you mind if I go with you? So there's an option here, you know, dialogue choice. It's funny, there's like a very small thing here, by the way. It's very minor, the way the game is coded. If you listen to the request, you know, you just go through the dialogue as usual, and you even get like a journal entry. If you turn them down, you get actually different dialogue, of course. But then you also get like a different journal entry that's slightly different. You know, it's a very minor thing that doesn't affect much. But when you translate it, you translate both instances, which is kind of funny. But anyway, so let's see that. So if you turn them down, and it says, "Is that so? You know, so desu ne. So it's impossible. Forget what I said, Wanderer." And then, but you can talk to them again. The area is full of danger, right? And then, let's see. If you go to your items, you go to your old journal. Also, is it just me? It's kind of loud. This game kind of loud. Oh, that was kind of loud. I feel like I should turn it down like a little bit. I'll turn it down like a little bit. Like 75% maybe. Anyway, so you go down to this journal over here. So there's a little diary actually. Again, maybe it's like it's just the way Wolf RPG Editor is made. It's just that I feel like I would miss this normally. You know, even if this game was originally in English, I feel like I would just miss this. Like, I feel like this would make sense like if it's on a different page. But anyway, there's actually a diary here, and it's like you know, they're like headers, and then you just read it here. Again, kind of weird. You would think like in a diary you would like open up pages, and anyway. I've just woken up. Should I start writing in here? You know, essentially, it's like, in any case, I can move. Apparently, there's only one path. I guess I have no choice but to walk forward. And then, you know, the first entry is that this world seems to be in the brink of collapse. Is that correct grammar, actually? Now that I look at it. I mean, I did proofread this like 5 times. I don't know. This world seems to be on the brink of collapse. I should have been on the brink of collapse. Well, I don't want to update the game just for one thing. I guess we'll see. Let me like write that down. I'm hoping to get more feedback actually. I don't know if people, obviously if nobody plays this, like whatever, but like if more people do play it, I would appreciate any feedback so that I could update the translation. So I'm thinking like world brink of collapse. I actually have a notepad. I'm just gonna use it. I have actually a real life notepad. So is it in the brink of collapse, in the brink, or like on? I don't know. I have to look that up. I think it just kind of depends what rolls off the tongue better, I guess. Seems to be on the brink of collapse or in the brink of collapse. I guess I should put it on the brink of collapse. Maybe I should update that. Anyway, if I delay, I'll get caught up in it too. I have to hurry. And then, of course, there's the next entry. I met a boy with missing legs. He asked me to be his escort, but it was so sudden that I refused. But would it be dangerous to leave him alone? So this is actually different if you don't do that, or if you do, or rather, if you do accept his request, then you don't get this little journal entry, I believe. Or like it's a different journal entry, something like that. But what you can do now is say yes. So you say, yes. And he's like, eh, really? Eh, honto? Thank you for changing your mind. My name is Erute. Thank you so much, Wanderer. I'll be right behind you. Please be careful. It's thanks to you that I can move forward. I'm in your debt. By the way, the character says arigato, arigato, arigato like a lot. So I had to like tone down how many times it says thank you. You know, a little bit of localization there, you know? It's like, because he just says thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's like, I had to change it to be like, he doesn't say that like 5 million times. Instead, he just says it differently, you know? Like, I'm in your debt, you know? I think I'm in your debt is translated from thank you. Again, like he just keeps saying thank you over and over again in the stream, which makes sense in Japanese. It's kind of awkward in English, right? So like, yeah, a little bit of localization. You need a little bit of localization. Anyway, look at the journal here, and it's like, yeah, here we go. So he says here, I've decided to escort the boy Erute after all. See, after all is different. If you do it without, or rather, if you do it without rejecting him first, it's actually a different entry. It's a very small thing, very minor detail. It's just something I've noticed because I literally translate every single English word in this game. So, anyway, apparently there's someone he needs to find. There must be a reason he's still looking for them in this dying world. I don't think he'll tell me anything, though. Something like that. Oh, you can save the game, by the way. Another quirk, by the way, is that the game actually saves. And I thought it's because I broke something, but actually I think it's just weird, kind of like a bug, where the game actually saves your settings in the 200 slot, right? But you can't normally access it You only have 100 slots, which is actually a lot for this very short game, which is great, by the way. Plus 2 points for having 100 save slots. But if you go here into the strange doll, which by the way says here, used to adjust various settings, including controls, configuration, a doll of limbs that can be freely swapped out, something to play with while deep in thought, whatever that means. It's like all descriptions very poetic, by the way, even though this is just literally the settings menu, or rather the controller, config. Touching it brings a nostalgic feeling. Who gave this to you? Surely it was so unimportant. It's very Dark Souls. Anyway, go here. It's just advanced settings. This is, by the way, it's one of the hardest things to translate actually for some reason. I can't remember how I did it exactly, but I think I had to go into the Wolf RPG editor engine and go into the files and change the database. I had to find the right ones, because when I tried to translate it through Translator++, it didn't really work. I think I had to do both. I don't know how I ended up doing it exactly, but I mean, let me see. What was it? It was, I had to find it. Where is it? Hold on. What was it? It was, I don't have to test your configuration, enter a new key. So I think it was enter a new key. I'm just trying to find exactly where it was. Exactly. Was it here? Yeah, it was something over here. But when I put it over here, it doesn't work. When I initially change this string, it doesn't work. Also, this one doesn't work either. I delete some of these because they don't work. But basically, yeah, I tried to put them here and they don't work for some reason. So I had to go into the actual script and find it. I can't remember if I used the common events or something else. Something like that. What really helped me, by the way, was specifically VJ Hime. So, I mean, I guess, wait, hold on. I can find the link here. Yeah, it was this one. VJ Hime. By the way, the originator, or I don't know if they were the first person, but one of the first people originally who started the whole indie game translation scene, really, which I feel is not as popular anymore, but it's still awesome though in my head. It's so freaking awesome. 2013. A Translator++. It's funny, it says here that has potential, It's as if this is new, but because this is from what, more than 10 years ago? Anyway. But yeah, VJ Hime. Where's their... Again, I always try to find their... Because to me, the canonical homepage is not this, even though it should be, but it really is just the games they translated. Is this one game related? No. Or is it this one? No, it's a blog. Whatever, who cares? Anyway, it's just this guide. It's just to showcase exactly what the Wolf RPG editor means and everything, which is very helpful because it was all in Japanese. So, and also, oh yeah, it says here, please do not misuse this information. Don't translate things without permission. So I made sure to get permission. So don't kill me, VJ Hime. Which, by the way, I don't know, is VG Person or VG Hime? What was it? They have an about section, I think, that's confusing, I believe. Oh yeah, over here, this is where I was looking for. These are all the games that translate. Classics, classic games, Ib, Mad Father, this is Light, Enroll. I played that one specifically. I played Enroll and I played 1B Heart. I think 1B Heart was it on Steam? I can't remember. Mogiko Castle, Wadonahara. So to be honest, I think I watched Manly Bass Hero play Mogiko Castle. It was a weird game, by the way. This game was weird. It had a lot of sexual harassment in it. I don't know, the weird creatures. And they prosciutto? I don't know, anyway. Oh yeah, and this game as well. I'm planning on playing this game. I was just waiting for it to be done first. Apparently it's a Danganronpa type game, I haven't played it yet because I'm waiting for the whole game to be done first. I'll buy the early, or rather the full game. Because it's still in early access, technically. Oh yeah, and this one, I played this one. Anyway, there's a lot of games they translated, and it's cool because they're, again, one of the ones that kind of popularized, I guess. Little translations from indie games, Japanese indie games, and made it to the, international stage or something. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to mention is that their name is confusing because apparently it's VJ Hime. But then it says here, VJ Hime stands for whatever this means. But then, by the way, it's like virtual Galpao Himuru, right? But by the way, if you refresh, it says Vermilion Gardener Himuru. And then you refresh, Villela Gardener Himel. And then refresh, Vibrant Gardener. And then Villela Games. And then Villainous Gender Himuru. And then Villa Girly Hime. And then Velvet Gardener Hime. And then Video Goddess Himo. It's like, it keeps changing. I think the joke is that VJ Hime does not stand for anything. It just means VJ Hime. Again, like I remember the name is VG Hime, but like also VG person, it's confusing. I just stick to VG Hime because VG Hime makes sense to me because Hime means princess in Japanese. VG, I mean VG, the first thing I think of is video games, but I guess maybe that's not video games. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, they're like the OG, one of the OG to like translate stuff. I'm nowhere near as good as them in terms of translations, but you know, I was partly inspired by that, you know, to like translate a cool indie game that I liked, basically, which I imagine a lot of people have done. You think there'd be more of that? I feel like you think you hear more of that. I don't know. I don't hear a lot of it though. I only hear like a few translation groups. Obviously, like the ones I played in the past, Kinoko Nun, for example, by Totally Mokoi. Anyway, but this is like a little controller configuration. You can actually change to gamepad actually, and change for gamepad things. You can play with a gamepad and all that. And if you want to, you can like change these controls to other buttons if you want to. But otherwise, it's always confirm, back guard, and running. Oh yeah, that's something I didn't really show off. But you can like run. I can also movie skip. Something I didn't realize actually. You can press S. I actually complained about it when I played the game initially in the original stream. Because there's some cutscenes that kept showing every time. I was like, oh, you know, I have to watch this cutscene again. I didn't know you can actually skip it. You know, I feel like it wasn't very clear. The messages on the ground don't tell you that. But the game page does. The little readme, you know, text file does show that. It does mention it. So like that is something you can do. You can skip the movies. You can skip the cutscenes. There's also like screen shake on. You can also turn off the battle view. I don't know why you would, but it's an option. You know, you can turn it off and on if you want to. Oh, why can't I do it? Oh, it's because I changed these. Oh, that's why. Oops. Let me change these back. Maybe that's why. Because running around, I was pressing a bunch of buttons. That's why. There you go. Off and on. There you go. You can test it here to be like, oh, which ones are activating what? Anyway. But you can also run, press D, and you can also press D, was it D? Oops, not that one. DC? DC, like this. Whoa, super fast. Again, I feel like this is just a quirk of Wolf RPG Editor. I don't know if they added this specifically, because you don't really need to dash this fast, you know, in the game. The game is not very long. Maybe run at most, you know? Anyway, seek the immortal, open the menu. Here we go. I mean, this is something I had a hard time explaining, by the way, because there is kind of like a poise gauge, very similar to Sekiro. I don't know how Sekiro translated exactly, but like technically it's like, yeah, you have HP, and then you also have, I think initially it was translated as willpower or something like that, or something similar, but I didn't know. I chose will, but then I was like, it wasn't cool enough, so I changed it to resolve. I think resolve sounds cooler, you know? So I changed it to resolve. Again, part of the translation is to make everything consistent as well. So if you're going to use the term resolve, you should use it for every single instance that references resolve anyway, but resolve. So if the resolve gauge is full, then death will soon follow. So you got HP and you got resolve. At least that's the way I translated it anyway. And it's based on parrying, it's based on dodging, you know, and then if the resolve meter is maxed out, then you can do like a finishing blow is the idea. And you can even do it, enemies can do it on you as well. Again, it's basically poise or like posture in Sekiro, you know? It's kind of hard because in the way the translators works, like it's like initially it says like if your willpower is reduced, but it's kind of I don't know what the word is, but it's kind of like unintuitive because the meter goes up when you accumulate damage rather than like go down. Like I didn't want to say like reduce will, and like, it's kind of confusing and ambiguous, so I chose just if the resolve gauge goes up or whatever, then you get, you know, vulnerable. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, a bunch of tutorial messages as well here. Basically, you can guard against enemy attack. If you time it right, you can parry their attack. Parrying increases their enemy's resolve gauge, and you also recover your own resolve. Wow. During combat, you can't restore HP, so there's actually no S's chugging in this game, which is not too bad, really. It's, again, not a very long game. And the battles, you know, are not, like, too complicated. To the point where you need to chug every 2 times, because the game isn't really based on... I mean, again, it's very similar to Punch-Out! You know, it's like, you don't really heal in the middle of battle because you don't really, you know, you don't have, there's no spacing, you know. Usually in, like, Dark Souls or whatever, like, you want to heal, you have to, like, get away from the enemy and get some space and then heal, but, like, you don't really do that in this game anyway. But I think it's better that way, you know, because then you know, stumble around trying to, like, heal all the time. You can just fight. Also, you have an option here, so instead of attack, you can restore resolve with focus. You can play it safe by using it during combat. However, you won't win by being too passive or something like that. I think it's like, I think the original translation was like, you will not, you know, nothing will happen, you know, if you don't do anything or something like that. But I had to like change it a little bit to be like, well, what that means is like if you just focus all the time and nothing happens, as in like you won't win. Some battles have multiple enemies, and you know, this explains like grab attacks. There's like grab attacks and like, what is it, like sweep attacks and thrusting attacks and ambush attacks. I guess this isn't say in the tutorial messages, but like in the journal, it also mentions that. And you can also choose where to wake up after death by using the homeward pendant. So you can use it from your inventory, or you can also press S, I believe. So you can go here, press this, boop, and then you mark it as a revival point in case you die, or you can just press S. Again, it's funny, it's kind of like a portable bonfire. Just make a checkpoint anywhere. Very convenient, I would say. Anyways, let's fight something. Again, today's stream really is focused on just the translation, you know, because I've already played the game. But really, I'm just talking more so about like what I've translated and the reason how, you know, the reasons why I translate a certain way, and hopefully it makes sense. I don't know. You see here, by the way, there's really only 2 options. The gameplay itself is very like simple but fun. But there's attack, you know, slice for your blade of unknown origins. Still, I'm not sure if I translated that correctly. It's kind of like a sword, as far as I understand, it's like a sword that kind of appears, you know, in your hand. Like, just kind of, you summon it, I guess. Freaking, like, unlimited blade works. So I'm not sure if I translated that correctly, but, like, it says, slice for your blade of unknown origins, cut them to shreds, or something like that. I think originally, the original wording was, in Japanese anyway, is to attack, and attack, or something, you know, or, like, keep attacking. Keep attacking and attacking, something like that. I can't remember, something like that. I mean, I can look it up, actually. Was it? Hold on. Cut them to shreds. Let me see. Unless I've just completely... Oh yeah, here. I mean, again, the machine translation is not that correct either. That's why I have to use a Japanese dictionary as well, but... I mean, it says here, like, originally, it's like, hold a blade that you don't know about its origin and slash it hard. If you can't take it to a breather, you can do it again and again. Something like that. Obviously, it's like a very messy machine translation that takes things too literally. You also don't want the thing is, that something to take note of is that you don't want the translation to be too long. Because if the translation is too long, it kind of like goes outside the text box, you know, which normally in other games you can't account for like a specific type of I guess add-on, I guess I would call it, but like a translation patch thing. But again, for this game you can't do that. If you manipulate anything to the text box, it breaks the game and you can't play it, as far as I know anyway, at least with the software I'm using. Anyway, so slice your blade on the road, cut them to shreds. So that's how I translate. So I attack again and again. I'm like, okay, meaning, yeah, just kill them, you know, basically. And then focus, plant your feet and restore resolve. Solid defense requires steady footing. I think I also kind of like, yeah, I think I also kind of like localized that. I kind of like interpreted it differently. Because originally in the machine translation it's like, step into the ground and restore your will to a battle. To protect it, you need to ensure your footing. Something like that. I guess, well, actually, yeah, I mean, I think it's basically almost the same. I think it's a different one. I think there's like a different translation somewhere, a different entry that like mentions something about how like the earth supports you or something. That's found kind of weird, but anyway. Boop. Boop. By the way, when I play the game, it's like 2 seconds. You know, it's like 2 seconds that you're done. Again, also the game, I don't know, is the game loud? Is it just me? I feel like the game's like really loud. I'll turn it down a little bit more. Where is it? I gotta find my sound mixer. I'll turn it down a little bit more. I could also change it in the settings here, by the way, but I'm kind of too lazy. I don't want to do it here because I don't know if it'll save the settings next time I open it. By the way, this part, like, I also had like a little bit hard time figuring out like how to translate it, but like for example, like the text display speed, I didn't understand what it meant exactly initially, but then I realized, oh, okay, it just means like different speeds, and then that's how I translated that. Oh yeah, and the system settings, like even this little thing here, you know, I had to find exactly where to find that string. That was kind of hard to find. Anyway, just little things like that, you know? You don't need to translate, but like, in order to be cohesive, right? To make sure that everything seems, you know, I want to make it seem like as if you did not know this was a Japanese game, you wouldn't be able to tell, right? That's the idea. That's how I want my translation patch to be as if this was made in English, if I can anyway. Also, if you touch the stick, you repeat the 5, so yeah, here you go, you can rematch. You can also run away, you know, by the way, you can press X, something I did not know originally when I played the Japanese version. You can just leave. You can just leave whenever you want, actually, so the game is challenging, but it's not really that punishing, really. You can just leave. And here's another one. Boop, boop, boop. Oh yeah, something as well. This might be controversial, and maybe if you know Japanese way more fluently than me, which is not that hard, but I didn't know how to translate this, you know? Obviously this is like a critical blow, just like in Sekiro or like Bloodborne, you know, visceral attack, Sekiro death blow, or Dark Souls Elden Ring critical hit, repulse, whatever it is. But I didn't know how to translate this because I think in the how do you say, in the translation here, like translation here is this thing Konshin or something like that, but then it's like all dovey, you know. The machine translation is horrible, but I believe that according to language, I mean, this is how I do it, by the way. So I go here, I go to Romanji, which I haven't went on this account, I guess, but you know, I use this different account, and I look up the freaking kanji dictionary. It's like 2 though. It's like, wait, can I look at it here? There's 2 meanings, however. So I can only find this. There's all. There's this. Let me see. Maybe I should check the dictionary. There you go. Yeah, with all one's might. So this one's Konshin. It means with all one's might, or with one's whole body. I'm assuming, again, a very literal translation would be like with all your heart, I think. Because I think it has something to do with heart. Maybe? Oh, maybe not. It just means body. Okay. Never mind. Not like I found some kind of translation involving heart or something, like a soul. I don't know. Could be wrong. Anyway, look it up here. So basically it means like with all one's might, with one's whole body. It's like using your entire body at something, right? To like, like throwing like a haymaker, I'm assuming. Something like that. But it's very Japanese though, because how are you supposed to translate into like a single word? I tried to do it. I think before I used some other word. I can't remember now. I think I showed it off before. I don't remember what word I used specifically. But the challenge was to not only use the correct word, but to also fit it in the box. If you use a long word again, like it doesn't fit, or it looks weird, like it looks very small, or like it kind of like, you know, obviously like it kind of, sometimes it depends, but like I think for this one, I think it just gets very small. I think sometimes like gets close to the edges, and it looks very messy, right? So you don't want to be using like too long of a word. Like I feel like something like mighty hit or something, right, would work, or critical hit or something like that, but like the word will be too long. So instead I use break, you know. It's like, I don't know if that works. It's like break, you know, you break something, you break, you know, breaku, you know, like limit break, you know, something like that. I feel like that makes the most sense. I don't know, it's like a very short word. I put it in all capitals because initially I think it's like it has brackets, I think, initially. Like it was like special or something in the original Japanese. But instead of doing that, I just put in all caps because it makes sense, I feel like. But like a final blow, it should be like in all caps. Anyway, the enemy is vulnerable, strike them down. Boop! Kablam! I don't know, break kind of makes sense to me. I also think of break as in like I don't know. I think it's like I can't remember which one it was. It's like a Final Fantasy, like PSP game. You know, like they use the word break for like physical hits or something like that. So to me, I think break makes sense, but maybe there's a better word. I think I use. Oh yeah, initially I tried to put in like decimate. Decimate kind of sounds like a cool name as well. Cool like attack name, but I'm not sure if that's the right one. Anyway, you go in here. Consecutive battles. By the way, that's another thing I had to translate. That's not like a sprite. That's actually just the text. You know, you have to translate. Consecutive battles. It just means like all it really means is like you just gotta like do this. You gotta like fight multiple enemies at once in one battle. Again, very generous by the way. I mean, obviously it's level 1, but like very generous parry timings. I do believe though. I mean, it says in the journal here. So for parrying, where is it? Parry? Or combo attacks specifically. So often attacks don't end with just one hit. Calm down and bring your shield up. Don't lose your nerve and blindly guess the enemy's attacks. A perfect defense requires absolute control. Guard in time to combination attacks, continuous parry. Be careful, excessive inputs will reduce its effectiveness. So, I mean, very similar to Sekiro, which is something I don't really notice in this game. But it seems like if you do spam the parry, then, you know, unsuccessful parries anyways, then the frame data, I guess, won't be as good. Oh yeah, something I should, you know, might as well make it a challenge by the way, but there's actually a few items here. Interesting items are these two, because you actually can equip them. So this one is Charm Mercy. Again, I translate this, I don't know if this is the correct translation to be honest, but like, you know, it greatly reduces enemy damage, you know, currently deactivated. Deactivate, by the way, this part is actually a variable, so you have to change this on this, on like another thing, but anyway. Very powerful, but combat will be less challenging. I don't know if I said this correctly. I don't know if I'm... what's the word? I'm describing this correctly, but essentially this is easy mode. If you activate this, then enemies will just do less damage to you, essentially. So when held, it glows and activates a protective barrier. There's a note attached. I owe you everything. I hope I can repay you with this. You can activate it and be like, oh, there's a message. It'd be like, it will significantly reduce incoming damage. You can cancel it by using it again. So you can do that and then cancel it. Revert back to normal. But there's also the Ring of Exile, you know? This one is kind of like the Calamity Ring from Dark Souls, you know? It's like it greatly increases enemy damage and, you know, essentially makes it hard. A dull ring covered in dry blood. Wearing this will make battles much more deadly. It serves no real purpose, yet you're still drawn to it. Put your life on the line in battle. There's no greater feeling. I think that's localized. That's not... I don't think that's the original translation. I just made that up. I don't know. I feel like that makes the most sense though. Like that's the point of the ring. It's just for a challenge, really. Let me see. Is it? Let's see. Ring of the Exile, was it? Where is it? Where's the description? Here you go. So just to see here. Yeah, so in the machine translations, he lays his life on his own and fights the fight. Chiga koburutsuita airo no yubiwa, something, I don't know. This is what I've been looking for forever. You know, again, machine translation is like really weird. That makes no sense. But I feel like, you know, this makes sense. To put your life on the line of battle. There's no greater feeling. What does that remind me of? It just makes me think of Metal Gear Solid for some reason. You know, release my inhibitors, doctor. Anyway, let's actually let's put that on. So put on the Ring of Exile. Let's make it hard. Why not? I'm basically trying to stretch this stream for as long as I can. By the way, it's only been like an hour. Might as well make it super hard so that I never progress. All right. Mad Executioner, which again, I think the original translation is just Executioner, but I added an adjective just to be fancy. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense as well, because you actually get lore after you defeat the Executioner, actually. But, I mean, let me see. Assuming I even... Oh, okay. Oop. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. There you go. And break. And then finishing blow. See right here, finishing blow. Ooh. Amazing. Again, you can also use these little, I guess I call them essences of strength, you know, which are consumables that actually do increase your HP and your attack and stuff. I also, there's a term called impact. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it exactly. So I use the word impact. I just made it up, to be honest. But like impact means like how much damage you do to the enemy's resolve gauge. Which is kind of explained in the old journal here, you know? It's kind of like, you know, attack and impact, you know, it's funny because it doesn't really matter, but like it says here, there are 2 types of damage you can inflict, but when you swing your sword, you do both anyways, you know. I think because the original translation was also kind of casual, so is it that simple? Well, there's no need to think about it too much. So attack is to cause damage to HP, impact is to cause resolve gauge to rise, also to break, you know, in a way. So it makes sense with the critical hit meaning break, if that makes sense. I don't know. Anyway. But there's actually lore, so you can actually get lore, and this is the part that I'm very not confident in, you know, because I think the language is a little bit too poetic, and I couldn't really translate it correctly. I double-checked the kanji and everything, but like I don't know how to translate it. But like, you know, technically, you can get lore pieces, kind of like boss souls, but you don't use the boss souls, you know, in Dark Souls, where you get like a piece of lore, actually, and there's like a whole backstory to this game that doesn't really get explored unless you actually read the description, you know. Very, very Souls-like. And people say this game is not a Souls-like. They don't understand how Souls-like this game is. I posted it on Souls, like, well, I'm gonna complain about it. Where is it? Where is it? I freaking, I hate this, like, hold on. I'm on Reddit right now. I need to change it back to like old Reddit. Where's the old Reddit? By the way, oh, hold on. Actually, I don't want to leak this. Actually, yeah, gotta show the settings. Default to old Reddit. Default to old Reddit. There you go. I'm back on old Reddit. Where's the Souls-like subreddit? And where's my posts? 2D RPG. No, that's not it. How do I find it? I'll just go to my profile. I actually posted this game like multiple times on different subreddits, but anyway. Where's dark mode? How do I activate dark mode? Whatever. Anyways, I was just trying to show this. Where is dark mode? Oh, I can't. I don't think I can activate dark mode. I have to download like Reddit Enhanced Suite or something. Again, I don't really use this account to like browse stuff, but anyway, I posted this initially on the Souls-like subreddit, and I complained about this before, but like, you know, I started trying to show off the gameplay of the original Japanese version like this a month ago, and then but people just complaining about like, it's like, well, not complaining, but like I interpret it as complaining, but like, you know, well, I guess Tekken Tournament is a lesson misses time. This is still kind of like Expedition 33 or Mario RPGs, you know, or like, this doesn't even make sense. There's no such thing as a turn-based soul, like, you know, it looks like it could use some work, you know. If turn-based souls becomes a thing, I nominate Claire Obscure, whatever, blah blah blah. Freaking, you know. Again, I don't want to throw any shade for the game itself. It's just that I have a bad taste in my mouth now because everyone keeps comparing the game that I'm playing to like this game, but like I don't like this game now. I didn't even like the game initially. Well, not dislike, more like it's more like I was neutral about it. But like look at this. This is just a guy. You know, it's like kind of boring. It's how I feel about it anyway. Compared to this. No, this is anime. No, this is art. You know, compared to I'm a guy. Hello. You know, it's like, I don't get it. It's like, hello everyone, I'm a guy. I'm a guy with a beard. He just looks like a content creator. You know, I don't know. He looks like a social media content creator. I don't know. He's just on YouTube. Anyway. That's how I see it anyway. You know, I prefer anime, so that's why. Anyway. Some people liked it though. They're like, oh, the music change in part 2 kind of goes off. This guy says, no need, I played Dark Souls 2. It's kind of funny. It's like, what do you mean, Dark Souls 2? Is Dark Souls 2 like turn-based? I mean, aren't Souls like already pretty turn-based? Lol. This shit is fire. No, this guy is cool. It just works, bro. that guy is cool. Anyway, I don't know. It's not exactly like an argument, but like I do feel like people were a little bit dismissive. You know, that's more disrespectful than saying you hate it. It's more so if you're dismissive of it. Anyway, I don't know what I was talking about, but yeah, I was saying like, yeah, basically people are kind of dismissive of whether or not it was like a Souls-like. I mean, especially the subreddit, I swear, like people, just in general, when I look through the threads, people just, or arguing about like what's a Souls like, even like, oh, it needs to have bonfires, oh, it needs to be as Estus or whatever. I don't know, maybe it's like one post. Let me hold on, let me, I don't know, I don't call out anyone, but who cares? I'm just a nobody on the internet. But like, what makes a Souls like, I guess? What makes a Souls like? Souls like? Here we go. It's just one guy, so this is just their opinion. But like, you know, for example, this person's, again, I'm not saying that this is a wrong opinion necessarily, but these are usually the things that people think about when they think of a Souls like, for example, you know, let me zoom in real quick. Like, currency drop on death, bonfire, enemy reset, epic boss fights. Now that's, I agree with that. Dystopian dark gothic setting. I'm like meh on that, because Souls like doesn't have to have that kind of setting. It could have any setting really. And interconnected level design. Again, like I'm kind of like neutral on that. It's kind of like, yeah, that can be true, but at the same time, I don't think of it as Souls like. I think of it as just good level design, you know. But anyway, but that's the one I disagree with. This one and then this one. Usually when people think of that, and it's not this comment, but like just in general, I've also seen other people also mention that, how like, you know, there's checkpoints. Oh, do you lose your souls, you know? It's like, okay, that's kind of like, you know, that's exclusive, I guess, to Dark Souls, I guess, but like, that's not interesting. Those are just like secondary mechanics that technically, yes, are unique to Souls games, like original Souls games, like Demon Souls and Dark Souls, but like, that's not what made those games good, you know. Those are just ways to, like, if anything, like those are just quality of life, you know. The Estus potions, or like, what do you call them? Well, in Demon Souls they didn't have that actually. Demon Souls only had like grass or something. But anyway, in Dark Souls, the original Dark Souls, that's when they started doing like the whole Estus potion thing, where like you refill your health potions essentially every time you reset during a checkpoint or whatever, you know. That's kind of like the one of the mechanics that started, you know, people copying, or people started copying, you know. But even though it was what made Dark Souls kind of unique, I don't think that's like a Souls thing. It's more so just a quality of life thing, you know. It just makes it so like you don't have to use you don't have to farm consumables, right? So you don't have to bother doing that the whole time. That's the only difference, you know, in my opinion. Those are the secondary mechanics that don't really matter. Anyway, sorry, I don't know. Why did I go off on this whole rant? I don't remember, but like, oh yeah, what I was trying to say is like, yeah, what makes Souls like interesting is other things, like item descriptions that have lore, you know, or like battles that are more methodical, you know, and we have to memorize enemy patterns, you know, that kind of thing, you know, more stuff like that that's kind of like key to the core of the game, rather than like secondary accessory type mechanics that technically, you know, that originated kind of like from Dark Souls, but really don't really matter that much in my opinion, you know. They don't make a Souls like. Anyway, what I'm trying to like say in contention though is that this game is definitely more Souls like than you think. Okay. Memories of slaves, memories of executioners. So, you know, there's the whole thing, by the way, where supposedly, you know, some memories of slaves, tortured for vile research, they were taken away from their peaceful lives, subjected to cruel experiments for the sake of research. Anyone who protested were rumored to have their arms and legs cut off. I do wonder about that. Should I say arms and legs or limbs? Then again, if you say arms and legs, that's more like, it stirs up your imagination more. Anyway. But they still had a hope that someone would save them. The desire manifested in a broken world and formed into wandering spirits. You know, I mean, that sounds kind of like Souls, like, I don't know. But that's where the little, like, enemies that you fight, that's what they're based on. Apparently they're slaves of some research. You know, and that kind of ties into the NPC, the Irite story. Anyway, and this is also from the mini-boss we just fought, so the executioner who put slaves to death. Now this is the thing, I'm not sure if I translate this correctly, but as far as I understand, you know, he violently murdered the thug who hurt his family, brutalized the corpse in his madness. I think like initially it just means like it means like he just chopped up the corpse or something. I don't know, I can't remember exactly how to translate it, but like that's how I interpreted it anyway. And eventually he was put to use. Now this part I'm not even sure what that means exactly, but I guess the people who who captured the slaves also captured him and then put him to work or something. I don't know, it's hard to like try to put that, to condense that into like a small sentence. But anyway, execute them or die. It wasn't really a choice. I feel like this may be too casual. Should I say like it wasn't a choice or wasn't really a choice? I'm not sure. Anyway, and there's a little quotation here. This again, interpretation here, because there wasn't really a quote in the original description itself, but like it seemed like he was the one saying it, you know, the executioner. So I guess I just interpreted it as if he's saying it. So like, I didn't want to kill anyone, so why am I laughing? You know, something like that. I don't know. Again, I'm not sure if that's correct translation. But yeah, he stared at his own contradiction and his cursed right arm. So the idea is, it's supposed to be this tragic thing, which reminds me of Nier a little bit, by the way. Nier, is it Nier Automata, like the Nier Automata, or Nier, like weapon, you know, descriptions that have like lore behind them for some reason. That's the idea. Or like, it's like the whole point is that the executioner didn't want to kill people, but then ended up killing more people. Because that's just what he's known for now, you know? The YouTube algorithm has pigeonholed him as a limb chopper, and now all he can do is limb chopping content. No, anyway. And of course, there's the different attacks I mentioned before. There's sweeping attacks, you step backwards, thrusting attacks. Ideally, you evade, or you can parry, but you can't guard. So if you do a normal guard, it'll go through your guard. And then the ambush attacks, which you have to actually step forward, is very unique. And all of these, you will see like a exclamation mark. You know, in Sekiro, it was always like I can't remember. I think in Sekiro, yeah, it was kind of similar, where like the Shine symbol shows up, right, or something like that. The red symbol, like boom, you know, and either you need to jump or dodge the stab. So for the stab move, I think in Sekiro, don't you get like I can't remember. Do you always get like a symbol for that one? I don't remember, but like I know in Sekiro, like stabbing moves, there's a skill you get early on, I think, where you can actually counter the stabbing move, and that's usually what you do in Sekiro. Oh, here you go. Oh yeah, I mentioned something about save slot number 200. Yeah, for some reason, after you activate the strange doll, you know, it saves the settings to slot number 200, but then when you save again, it just ends up defaulting to save number 200 for some reason. It's very strange. I thought that was very strange, by the way. I don't know if it's a bug or not. But if you try to overwrite 200, I think it breaks it, you know? And then, oh yeah, if you go back here, you can't go to it anymore. It's very weird. Very strange. I thought it was a bug at some point, but I think it also happens in the Japanese game as well, I believe. Anyway, so let's fight the boss. With our, by the way, no upgrade. I'm gonna again. This is kind of like a pseudo challenge run. By the way, I don't know if anyone even would pay attention, but like this is kind of like a challenge run. I'm not gonna use any upgrades. I'm gonna use the Ring of Exile as well. I believe you New Game Plus as well. This can make it even harder, but I haven't beat the game yet. At least on this file anyway. Again, very loud. Is it just me? I think it's very loud. I need to tone it down a little bit more. Gosh, it's so loud. Testing. I don't know, it's very loud. Alright, let's do this. Navia the Stalwart Dancer. Right, oh yeah, that's another thing as well. I didn't know how to translate the name. Navia the Stalwart Dancer. Initially, it was something like Daiboku, I think? I could be wrong. But initially, the translation was something to do with trees or something. But I didn't know how to translate it exactly, though. I gotta pay attention. Oop. Ah, damn it. I don't know how to dodge that one. I think that's a sweep. I'm dead. Again, I'm doing this without any upgrades, so it's actually way harder. Let me put a checkpoint over here. But initially, yeah, her. I think it's a her. I don't know. I'll talk about it after I defeat the boss. Assuming I defeat the boss. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Boom, 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 boom. Ah, oh, damn it. I keep pressing the wrong button. It's way harder when I don't have like a good buffer of HP and stuff. But let's do this. Because I'm a pro gamer. I'm a professional gamer. Because I said so, you know, not because of any kind of like, you know, like I haven't done any competitive gaming or like I don't get paid to play games, you know, none of that. I just am, okay, in spirit. I have the soul of a gamer. I keep pressing the wrong button. I gotta remember to like press down when I see that. Hard though. Boop. Okay, there you go. Somehow survive. Also, threat annihilated. You know, that's another thing as well. I had a hard time under like I could also be like see like you won or like victory achieved. You know, but like I feel like threat annihilated sounded cool, so like that's what I did. I wanted to make it like it looks like it's very similar to the victory message you see in Dark Souls, of course, but specifically Demon Souls. You know how in Demon Souls the victory thing here, like what was it Demon's Souls, boss defeated, whatever. You know, it's like you defeated or something. Demon vanquished? No, that's different. This is from the remake. The demon was destroyed, right? Something like this. This is some random thumbnail of some random person's YouTube video, but you know, the demon was destroyed. You shall attain its demon soul and a power that's beyond human imagination. You know, there's always like for some reason a bunch of text at the bottom that you barely can read. It's very small and goes away after 2 seconds. These are funny. I guess this one's the remake, which I can never play because it's on PlayStation 5 or something like that, I think. Anyway. But yeah, it's funny because most of the other Souls-type games, they just show like a big like victory achieved, you know, foe vanquished, enemy failed. But the Demon Souls is the only one that's like has a like a long text at the bottom for some reason, you know? I don't know. Demon was destroyed. It's not always demon though. It's like it was you defeated, right? Something like that. You defeated. Well, this is a mod, I think. The original Dark Souls was something else. Right? I think it was you defeated. You defeated was like a joke. Or people made a joke about it because in Dark Souls is you died, but in Demon Souls it was you defeated or something, right? Oh, this is a mod. You know, where's the you defeated? Where the I swear it was from the original Demon Souls game, right, for the PS3. PS3 you defeated message. You defeated your foe and shall obtain the powers beyond human imagination, something like that. You did so best? You did so best? Were you so best? Or is that like, oh, it's like a thing where they translate the game into a different language and translate it back and it's broken English now or something? Some people, or rather for some reason, people find that funny. I don't know. Anyway. We have reached the lounge. Which I don't know why I call it lounge. I mean, it's what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's called lounge. I think it says like here. I think I translated like quite literally, lounge. Where is it? I think it says here, like lounge. Oh, this is floor. It's floor over here. I think this one's is it this one or is it that one? No, it's floor. This is floor. This is floor 1. No, this is floor. This is I can't is this correct? Or I could be wrong. How do you pronounce this? Where is it? How do I find the thing? Let me just find it real quick. How do you spell lounge again? Lounge. I need to see the Romanji if possible. Raunji. Right. Raunji. Right. I don't know. I think it means lounge. I'm assuming so. It's in katakana, which usually means it's a literal translation from an English word. There's a lot of loan words in Japanese where they just kind of like literally just use the English word, but just simply convert it into Japanese pronunciation. That's usually what the case with katakana. And that's how you usually like, if for example you have an English name, you would have to convert it into like a katakana in order to like say it in Japanese essentially. Anyway, so some more dialogue, by the way. To fend that one off, you're very strong. If it's you, I'm sure she could be stopped. It might be a long story. If you're willing to listen, please speak to me again. Okay, so there's a lore dump, by the way. This is the biggest lore dump, you know? The rest of the dialogue is just like whatever, but this is the actual lore dump where you actually learn what's going on in this world, I guess, you know? Even though it's like kind of all gray and, you know, rectangular. But like, I mean, anyway, let's see. So, I mean, this is the important part, you know, but like, my sister should be further ahead. So this is why this game is called Siblings, by the way. You know, it's like, it's a very small thing, but like, apparently, I mean, well, one of the main reasons, I feel like there's another reason too, but like, this is the main reason where, you know, it's called Siblings because the NPC is brother and sister, I think. Unless I'm translating this incorrectly, but I think it's sister, but like my sister should be further ahead. Her name is Eronea. Again, I don't know if I translate that correctly, but she's lost her mind. She's the cause of this world's destruction. We were kept as slaves at a research institute to discover immortality. I remember the horrific experiments. We used it to escape, the very results born from that research. The aftermath is what you see now. Eronea was consumed by it, and everything was devastated. And that's why everything's grey. Back then, she pushed me away. But it should have been me. It should have been me! You know, the Yu-Gi-Oh meme? I don't know, I get it. It should have been me! Eronea took my place, even though as her brother, I swore to protect her. I want to see her. Even if I can't save her, I just want to see her again. Thank you for listening, Wanderer. May your mission be successful. Again, by the way, like, when you first, like, accept his request to escort him, he doesn't, like, go with you, by the way, he just kind of teleports here. Obviously, the implication is that he only ends up here after you fight the boss, I guess. How's that work, though? He ran past you, though, somehow, right after you defeat the boss? Anyway. It'll be even more difficult from here onwards. Please be careful. It'll be even more difficult? I don't know if that's the correct grammar. I'm critiquing my own grammar, by the way. I literally wrote this, by the way. At least the English version. It'll be even more difficult from here onwards. Please be careful. You're a good person. I wish you luck. There you go. I know all this dialogue because I wrote this. I wrote this dialogue. Again, not wrote as in like it came out of thin air, you know, as like I'm an author, but rather interpreted, you know, based on the Japanese version. Nihongo. Nihongo. Oh yeah, and let me go over the dancer thing. So it says here, memories of Navia, the dancer who deceived others. I wasn't sure how to translate this, to be honest, because I believe if you go to the translator here, I mean the name. Oh yeah, the name in particular. So let me go over the name. This is the part that I'm not sure if I translated it correctly or not. I could be doing it completely wrong. Could be doing a jelly donut. But like, as you can see here, the machine translation is Dancer of the Big Tree, right? And so that's just weird. I mean, for one, dancer I think is correct because you go here odori. I'm pretty sure odori means dancer. It means odori, right? Dance. Odori. There's also odoriko. I guess it didn't say odoriko. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it means dance. Odoro? It means odoro. So that's the only interpretation. Like, it's dancer, right? It doesn't specifically say a dancer for female though, so I don't know. I interpreted it as female, but I'm not entirely sure now. Because Navia sounds like a female name, but I have no idea. It's like it feels made up though. Anyway, but it means like, it also means Taiboku no Odori. Or, I say she says Odori Shu. Hold on. I didn't do the whole thing actually. Odori Shu? Well, I don't know. Or Odori Te. Maybe? Odori Te? Okay, yeah, it just means dancer, right? Okay. Anyway, there's also Taiboku, which means large tree. I know. Well, I have very, very basic understanding of kanji. I think I know these words from my Japanese course. Tai or dai, you know, means big, or oki, right? O, dai. It can be interpreted as dai, oki. You know, it can be used as like a adjective, I guess. If you use an adjective in Japanese, it's pronounced differently. Anyway, but there's also this just means tree, I'm pretty sure. Ki, moku. Moku is Thursday. It also uses like the days of the week. But yeah, but you know, Tai Boku means large tree, right? So like, But that's weird because there's no other mention of trees anywhere else in the translation is the issue. So like I wasn't sure if I should translate to dancer of the large tree, because for one it sounds very mundane. Like what do you mean big tree? What big tree? Is there like a big tree anywhere? And if you look at the lore, you know, there's no mention of any trees anywhere. Yeah, I mean if you see here it says here, you know, though she had talent, or rather the dancer would deceive others, right? And though she had talent, it didn't grant her salvation. She served her new master. Again, I'm assuming I might be misgendering Navia, but like she served her new master, obeying every order, no matter how immoral, dancing gracefully, fooling victims, and coercing them into enslavement. Again, I don't know if this part I'm translating correctly. How does dancing equal people being enslaved? I actually have no idea. But I think that's how it was translated, or how what the original meaning was, I think. So, I don't know. I don't know how dancing equals like enslavement exactly. How do you do that? Do you like do a little dance and they're like, ooh, wow, and then you know, and then you, I don't know, and as they get close, you judo throw them and then tie them up and throw them into the slave wagon. I don't know. Anyway, the tragic twist here, by the way, is that the final job's reward was freedom, and then just once selected to perform on stage for an audience. As promised, she was given freedom in the form of death, you know, as in she died. As in, here you go, here's freedom, but you're dead. As in freedom from life, hee hee, you know, get it? But yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I translate this correctly. The whole dancer thing, I feel like I'm not sure if that's correct. It would make sense if she was an assassin, though. You know, like an assassin who deceives others, and that makes sense. But like the original meaning is dancing, so I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, oh yeah, and again, the whole big tree thing. Again, there's no mention of any big trees anywhere else in the lore. So I can only assume it's metaphorical. It's like not a literal tree. It's more so she's like a tree, you know, but like obviously in English that's kind of hard to translate, so instead I just called her the stalwart dancer, meaning stalwart, kind of like a guardian, you know, type person or whatever. I think like paladin or something. So it's like stalwart, right? Like a dancer that's very stalwart and big and like strong, essentially. So I was trying to find some kind of adjective that would work, so that's what I ended up with. Navia the stalwart dancer. I don't know if it's wrong or not, but like it's funny because it also reminds me of a boss in Dark Souls 3, and I actually looked it up, and I said there's a different Japanese meaning. I think it was the dancer of the Boreal Valley, right? So this is an actual boss in Dark Souls 3, very similar. Also look at her butt. I don't know. This is also kind of like a similar idea where it's a big dancer, right? So it is a dancer, but I don't know. It's like it's not exactly the same. And also, I think I looked up the translation. The translation is not the same. They don't call her like a big ice, you know? It's more so she's literally from the Boreal Valley or something, from an ice valley. So it's from an actual location in the game. So I was wondering about that too. Is a big tree like a location in the game? But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, I might be translating it wrong, but that's the best way I can interpret it, at least from the limited information I have from the game. Maybe it's like a thing where like there is like a big tree that just isn't in this game. Maybe it's like a freaking Marvel multiverse. I don't know, or Marvel, you know, cinematic universe. I'm not sure. Anyway, Taiboku doko? You know, Taiboku o doko? Doko desu ka? Taiboku doko desu ka? Nani Taiboku? Anyway, so that's why I named it that way. Again, if anyone cares, you know, like maybe I'm like completely wrong. I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong and correct the mistake, but like I don't know what to call it, you know? Other than like I'm assuming it's just a way to like interpret the boss as if they're like a big tree, you know? They're like, oh, very strong, like a big tree, right? That's how I interpreted it anyway. Oop. Yo, this dog character is so fast, actually. So I actually pressed parry before the animation's even done, because the dog enemy, or I call that dog, I don't know if it's a dog or a bestial type enemy, but they attack way faster than you can react. Now you can look at the items here. So, memories of the subjects used for heinous research. unlucky few were chosen from among the slaves. It wasn't long before they were warped into abnormal monsters. I think a little bit was lost in translation here. I couldn't really translate it because it was kind of weird. I don't know how to translate exactly, but I think it means like it's supposed to mean like they were warped into like shadow creatures. But like I just use abnormal monsters instead because it makes more, you know, broadly it just makes more sense. I don't know. Also, like, hidden away in the darkness, never see the light of day again. So that's implying that they're become shadow creatures. They clawed the walls of the prison, desperate to escape. Something like that. So again, this is an interpretation, I think. In the original translation, I think... Well, not original translation, but rather the Japanese meaning. It's more so they mean, like, they, you know, even though they were stuck in a dark place, you know, they still wanted to live or something, you know, something like that. But I changed it because, it just didn't flow very well in English, so I felt like it makes sense though. It still kind of like communicates the meaning, you know, like basically these guys were like slaves, they were experimented on, they became monsters, and then they were, you know, thrown into like some kind of dungeon, and they're like, I don't know, they're kind of stuck there forever, you know, that kind of thing. Anyway, here's Miku Hatsune. For some reason, I interpret this as Miku Hatsune. This is not Miku Hatsune, but like... And oh yeah, the translation, the name was like, I had a hard time translating it because I wasn't sure how to translate it, but I ended up with the name Enthralling Swordsman. The enthralling part is specifically, you can only really see for the grab attack, I guess. And maybe I'll show it off. I might die, but... Oh, well that's just the sweep attack. I want to see the grab attack. I'm gonna stall until I see the grab attack. Ow. Oh, of course, the sweep. The sweep always gets me. I hate the sweep. I want to see the grab attack, because I feel like you don't get to see it very often. Oh my god. Whatever, I'll just... There we go. See? This grab attack? Kind of like fucked up. Like they freaking put a tentacle in your freaking brain and does something. Anyway, but I feel like that implies that... Again, I might be translating it wrong, but that implies that means it kind of like mind controls you or something, right? That's the idea. It like goes in your brain and like freaking lobotomizes you or something and controls you, like mind control. I'm assuming that's what the original meaning of the word meant. So like that's why I call it the Enthralling Swordsman, even though you don't see that in anything else except that one move, I feel like. I keep pressing. When they dash to the left, remember to back out or to do a back dodge. I can also do that, I guess. What? Oh, it got me. Damn it. Dodge too soon. Try again. Again, I think of Miku Hatsune because of the arms look like twin tails to me. They look like twin tails. That's why I think of Miku Hatsune for some reason. There you go. Blam! Memories of the failure. So the story behind that monster, by the way, if anyone was curious, it's a memories of a failed creation filled with hatred. Resentment and desire, these emotions swirled and fused until they merged into a single grotesque creature. Inside the dungeon, they continued to struggle. Eventually, they even came to form bonds of friendship, never losing the belief that they would return home together. Again, always like a tragic twist for some reason, you know, in these little lore descriptions. But that's the idea. So it's based on those like subjects that fuse together to make a Miku Hatsune, you know, that like... Again, it's not Miku Hatsune, but like it makes me think of Miku Hatsune. You know, it fused into that creature, and that's what happened, essentially. I think. I'm assuming. Again, my translation could be wrong. It could be, I don't know. Well, whatever. I could also like translate it as like a fused swordsman. I guess that'll work too. So instead of like enthralling, I'm not sure because when I look at the original meaning, I don't know. Maybe I interpreted it wrong. Maybe I should change it. But like, I mean, it says here, initially, obviously the machine translation, attraction slasher, whatever that means. But let's see, Yu-in. What's Yu-in? Let me see. What's this one? It is enticement, right? So this wasn't I really sure what that meant. So enticement, inducement, attraction. Usually, I think it means like you know, to like lure someone, right? To like, you know, I don't know, like soliciting, something like that. 10% off sale. I don't know what that means exactly. I don't know. I don't interpret this. I don't know this kanji, so. But supposedly, when you combine this, it means to pull, it means to tug, and then it means to seduce, it means to allure, right? That kind of thing. So, like, I'm assuming that's what that means. But I guess it could also mean like fusing. I'm not sure. Like literal fusing. I mean, in the lore, that's what it implies. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe again, someone with better Japanese can like let me know if I did that wrong. But all right, let's see. So let's do the boss. Which one's this one? Oh yeah, this one's the one that kisses you, essentially. This one's the yandere. By the way, this is the yandere. This is the yandere. So cutscene here. Oh yeah, and by the way, there is like little movies that play in the game. I actually had to like add subtitles. So I missed you, my beloved. I always knew we'd meet again. Now let's begin. For the sake of our mission. Again, I don't know if I translate that right. I wasn't sure if it's our mission or like my mission or your mission. There's no pronouns in Japanese. At least it's not obvious, and not the same way in English anyway. I wasn't sure whose mission is it? Or is it the mission? I don't know. Let's just assume our mission, because my interpretation is that this character is very similar to the main character, right? Of the same thing. So maybe that's what they mean by mission. Also, I. Oh, by the way, the original name of the character was I, as in AI, you know? Because that's how you pronounce it in Japanese. But of course, if you know the character, well, I mean, I guess we'll see. Anyway, let's just fight. I mean, this one's gonna be hard. The sweep! I hate the sweep. Oh, yeah, I blocked that one somehow. The sweep! The sweep! I mean, you can also just block, I guess, but that's no fun. Oh, we can't back dodge that. Ah. Okay. Again, I'm doing this on hard mode, essentially. I'm doing this on freaking hard mode. Break! Of course, they're Cyclops. Wow! That's why, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit on the nose, but like, that's why I translate it as I, as in they have one eye. I don't know. The thing is, what is it? I swear, there's another, from another franchise, Aiba, I think, from Somnian Files. I mean, I played it, I think, I'm pretty sure. It's like this character, Aiba, the Somnian Files. I'm pretty sure it's a pun, because initially it was Aiba, eyeball, like eyeball, essentially. It's, by the way, the name of the game, Somnian Files. It's not AI Somnian Files. Actually, where is it? Very intense battle music for me just looking up this game. But I have this game, I think. Yeah, I bought it. But the Somnian Files, the I is a reference to an eye, like an eyeball, not AI, which I thought initially was AI actually, but it's I. So it's a pun, you know. So, however, though, I didn't want to use AI because it was kind of like a lost in translation thing, right? Because in the original Japanese, that is a funny pun in reference to an eyeball. So if I use AI as the name, the pun wouldn't be there. So that's why I translate it as EYE instead. Even though I feel like it's a little bit on the nose. But I don't know. I think it makes sense. Oh. Don't kiss me. Ah, damn it. And here we go again. Two-phase fight, by the way. Ah, that's a stab. Damn it. You know, I like how the music, like, it sounds like a freaking alarm. Ah, damn it. Damn it, I did that wrong. I don't know, I can never, the first phase, I can't tell when it's gonna do a sweep or a stab. It's hard to tell. Obviously, it's a very specific pattern. Oh damn, I just kind of pressed the wrong button there for some reason. I panicked. Sweep. I mix it up. I always try to backstep the stab and side dodge the sweep for some reason. So yeah, the stab, if you attack kind of slow, it's always a quick stab. Kablam! Oh, that's a... I forgot. Ah, I forgot that move. That was an ambush. Of course, obviously. Damn it. Ow. Oh, there's the kiss. Blah! There you go. I feel like I'm using that thumbnail specifically. I don't know how much people will clickbait, but like I swear, I feel like that's a very clickbaity thumbnail. Or like you show two dudes kissing, which I don't know. I actually don't know if I is a man or a woman. I actually don't know. Or maybe neither. I have no idea. It's really hard to tell from just the descriptions in Japanese because it's not very gender specific. As far as I can tell anyway. I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyway, but like it's just two people kissing. It's like without any context, it just looks like a romance game. It's like a weird like kissy game, but like it's not though. It's actually murder Sekiro Souls-like game. It kind of makes sense because seemingly the character is very yandere. At least from the limited description that I saw. I guess we'll see. Assuming I beat this boss without, by the way, without any upgrades. And with the Ring of Exile, it's a challenge run. That I felt like it'd be too easy if I just did it normally. It'd be more interesting if I actually make it a little bit harder for myself, you know? Oh, I don't know why I dodged there. Oh, what? You gotta be careful. If you don't parry, you actually get a lot. Okay, hold on. Let me just make it faster by making a revival point right in front of the boss. Ah, that's a sweep. What, really? Got me? Ah! Can't do that. That will get me labeled on Twitter as graphic content, supposedly. I don't know. Ah, damn it. What, really? Ah. How do I... Okay, I gotta really pay attention. When he does the sweep, which way does he swing? Because you gotta know before, as soon as he starts the combo. Because that one, when he does it slow, from left to right and right to the very slowly, that's a stab. Maybe when he does it fast, left to right, right to left, maybe that's when it's like a sweep. No, that's a stab. That's a stab. Ow. Of course. What's that sound? You know, technically it's the same sound when you die. You know, it's always like a squishy sound, but like, what does it mean when they choke you to death? There's a squishy sound. Your head pop off or something? Damn it. Wrong way. Wrong way. Okay, it seems like... It seems like right... No, it seems like... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I don't know. I'm like doing badly. What's the pattern? So it's like, well, it's hard to say right to left. I guess, well, R right to left, left to right, and then sweep? Is that what it is? So if he starts with swing on the right and it continues as a combo, I'd be prepared for the sweep, maybe? Oh, that's a stab! Is it like, is this random? I'm not sure. Oh, that's a stab. When it goes from left to right and right to left, that's a stab. Guaranteed. There's always a quick stab too, so you gotta be careful. See, that one's, it's like right to left, left to right, but then also a stab as well. Do you just have to react like super fast? Because that's really, I can't react that fast, you know? Oh. Ah, damn it. Dun. Okay, maybe it's like... Maybe it does downward slashes, maybe? No, it doesn't seem like it. What's the difference? I swear, I gotta like replay the footage to be like, to see the difference between this. Because he has two combos that are very similar. He does like a slash sweep, and then he does a slash stab. And like, in order to tell which is which is really hard. Because I can't tell. They look very similar to me. That one, again, if the combo is very slow, if it's a 3-hit combo that's very slow, usually it's usually a stab. Okay. Oh. When you go, okay, when he dashes to the right, because when he dashes to the left, it's an ambush attack. Dash to the right, I always forget. Dash to the right is like a weird kicking combo, actually. Oh, really? Ah, blah. My tongue! You died! Oh, really? Eh? Really? I don't know. Another one. Come on. Okay, my strategy now, for the first phase, it seems like if they do like a 1-2, like a quick 1-2, I wait and see if they're gonna do a stab or a sweep. That's kind of like my strategy. It works kind of well so far. But instead of like relying on my muscle memory, I just stop and see. Essentially, just react. Oh, damn it. Really? Okay, pretty good at first phase now. Ah, damn it. I keep... I have to... bump, bum, 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 bum. I feel like it's 2 hits, right? Is it 2 hits or 3 hits? I can't tell sometimes how many hits it, right? Actually. Oh, don't get hit by that. Oh, for some reason, when they dash, I just assume it's an ambush attack, and so I preemptively dodge forward, but like that's the wrong one. Oh man! Oh man! Ah, same things before where like I dodge wrong. Oh, I just didn't. I just reacted too late. Oh, I don't know why I tried to dodge. I don't know. One more. I don't know. It's very addicting. I really want to like explain the whole, and it's not that deep or anything. It's just the lore of this character, but I can only do that after I've won. Damn it. Oh. Whew. Break! Finishing blow. Tough without using any of the upgrades, by the way, and using the freaking exile ring. Anyway, they say, is it already time to say goodbye? My mission is finally over. Since you're the one who killed me. Whatever that means. Make sure you accomplish yours too, okay? What? By the way, I translate that last part like okay, because I don't know. You can also say like make sure you accomplish yours or make sure you complete yours or something like that. But I added a little okay because in the original Japanese sentence, they ended their sentence with I believe like desune or like ne or something like that. I can't remember. Like ne, ne, which usually means if you add an end of a sentence, it softens it, I guess. So like there's a weird like I don't know, like friendly, you know, tone to it. That's the implication anyway. So like that's why I said it like, you know, make sure you accomplish yours too, okay? You know, it's like as if you're like a pal or something. Anyway. So just looking at the stuff here, it's kind of like Memories of I, Hunter of the Ronin. Again, it could be I is an AI, but like, I don't know. Because Japanese, you know, AI is also pronounced I. The same way. It's a pun. But a long time ago in a forgotten place, someone was saved by a person in dark robes. To repay this favor, I'll search for you, but all I've ever known is battle. So if you can kill me, beloved, then my mission will be fulfilled. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know what this means exactly, but I guess it's kind of like, it implies there's a yandere. Some kind of weird yandere, you know? They love you because you saved them at some point, and now they kill you because it's out of love? I don't know. Well, I don't know when you think about it. Well, I guess we'll see. Anyway. Ooh, oh, I forgot to translate this. Damn it. Okay, so there's something I need to update. I forgot to translate this part. I thought I did. Maybe I need to update it again. Another forlorn. Because it's supposed to be another Ronin. Because I changed all the forlorn instances to Ronin. So that's something I need to translate or retranslate. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't update for some reason. Let's see. Another... There you go. This is a good like way to make sure. Because it was a last minute change to change it to Ronin. I don't know if it's... maybe it's a better way to change it. It could be a better word. But that's kind of what I've decided on. Change to Ronin. There's at least 2 things I should change, I feel like. I need to update it, you know? How do I update, like, it on itch.io? Do I just, like, change the file? You know, I mean, that's what I did before I released it. I just kind of, like, re-uploaded the file, but I don't know. A mysterious person appeared and attacked me, so I killed them. I'd never met them before, but they seemed to know me. I wonder if something happened in my past. Something that irrevocably, I pronounced that actually, even though I wrote it, irrevocably changed them. Has nothing to do with me now. Nothing to do with me now. I don't know him. Anyway. Who was that person? They seem to be a wanderer like you. As expected, you carry an important mission. I hope you can fulfill it. I can sense Hironea nearby. I'm sure we'll meet her soon. Wanderer, please be careful. Okay. Again. Yeah, more dialogue. Floor 3. Alright. Actually, I want to double check. Because again, some of these headers in the journal or in the menu can't change. So if I search it on here, yeah, it doesn't show up. It doesn't show up. Is it another Ronin maybe? And there's no... You can't change it here. You have to change it in the Wolf RPG editor. And I can't do it live. I have to go back to my other account. Because if I change things here, it probably won't update. I have to go back to my other thing. But anyway. Alright. That was difficult, by the way. Again, I'm doing this... This is a challenge run because I am doing this without any upgrades, without any of these low upgrades here. Because if you use it, it's actually way easier because you do more damage and you have more HP. And I have the Ring of Exile, which makes it even harder. Basically one shot. Why am I doing this? Again, for the challenge, because I feel like it'd be too easy if I just did it normally. Anyway. What else? What else did I want to mention? I totally forgot. I swear I had another thought in mind. You know, referring to... Oh yeah, the whole video thing. Maybe I'll explain that later. Well, it's been 2 hours, so I actually want to take a quick break. I'm gonna grab a snack, go to the washroom, turn on my AC for a bit as well, and I'll be right back after a few minutes and continue playing my own English patch of Siblings. I mean, for the most part, it's mostly the same game, but you know, I felt it was like kind of interesting to show off what I did, you know? And again, it is helpful to proofread. I proofread this game like a whole bunch, but I gotta proofread it even more, because I gotta update that one thing, at least. But anyway, BRB, after a few minutes. All right, let's continue. What did I want to talk about? I don't know. I'm gonna keep the AC on for a little bit longer. By the way, again, I keep saying this, but hopefully it's not leaking through the microphone. But oh yeah, I want to talk about the videos and you know how much of a pain in the ass basically it was to change them essentially because and let me see, I don't know, can I do this without like leaking anything? I don't know. I don't want to leak anything. No leaking allowed. I gotta put diapers on my computer so it doesn't leak anything. I mean, we can just look at the videos here. Okay. I mean, yeah, hopefully it doesn't leak anything. But essentially what happened is that there's these videos, right? And whatever, I'll leave the music in the background, but you know, there's these videos essentially in the game files that I dug up essentially. However, they are in OGV. And if you don't know what OGV is, well, me neither. But like, I think what it means, it's like it's an old video format that is used with this tool, you know? I think I don't know if this is the right one, but I believe it's this one. Used with RPG, or rather a Wolf RPG editor. I think it was this one? I think this one. It's like some kind of plugin, I think, or something that you can use to insert videos in your Wolf RPG editor game, I think. And that's why, you know, certain cutscenes when they play in the game, it's essentially playing an OGV file, right? The only issue is that whenever I try to search up OGV, apparently it's just like a file format that nobody uses anymore, as far as I understand. It's like incredibly outdated, and you can't just like put it in like a video editor to edit it, because what I need to do is to change the subtitles, right? So let me see, can I play it here? Oh, it's not. I mean, it is playing, but I don't want to use how do I get out of here? No, I don't want to use Windows Media Player. I want to use, let me see, VLC Media Player. I want to use this one instead. So, you know, what we saw before essentially was this. And you see the Japanese subtitles. I mean, well, it could only have Japanese subtitles. It's not the game's like, it's not as if the game is voiced essentially. But yeah, these are original Japanese files. You know, like that. Again, it's like this file format is like ancient as far as I understand, and like just not used at all. What do you say? See, they say what do you say? I don't know. Kito something tashite kudasai ne? Kudasai ne? Something like that. Anyway, I can't translate on the spot. But you know, it's like mission or finish your mission as well, something like that. Anyway, so in order to convert this format into a way that I can actually override it with my own subtitles, I couldn't do it in I mean, obviously the best way would be to like find the original like files and like replace the subtitles entirely, but like, obviously the subtitles are baked into the video, so like I can't really do that unless somehow I get, you know, in contact with the developer and they allow me to do that somehow. I'm not sure, but you know, that would take too much work and communication from someone who's probably very busy, and you know, and I'd rather not like waste their time. So instead, I just simply, again, I wanted to kind of like overwrite the subtitles by just putting the English subtitles on top of the Japanese files, or Japanese subtitles instead, essentially. However, I had the hardest time, you know, converting it into like a file I could use. Again, I ended up using an MP4 file, but usually when you edit video files, you should be using what, like ProRes or something, ProRes, or like, and like, what is it, like HD XD something, what's it called? Or DNX HD or whatever it is. I never remember what you call it. But these are the file formats you're supposed to be using for editing. But I don't know. I still don't really know how to do it because, for example, when you like stream and record your footage on OBS, it really just converts into like, I mean, for one, it converts to MKV is what, at least what I did, or FLV or Flash video, and then you remux it into MP4. But anyway, there's no way to directly like convert it into ProRes or DNX HD, you know, as far as I understand. And even Handbrake, you know, Handbrake is like a way to convert, you know, or transcode videos in different formats. There's no way to do that for Handbrake as far as I know. So I don't know. I don't know. It's like a workflow process that other people know about that I don't know, but I can't really change it to these codecs, even though these are supposed to be the best codecs for editing. I don't know. So I just use MP4, even though MP4 is like probably less efficient. It's just more compatible with modern video editors. You just plug it in, just put it in there, you know? It takes a bit to load all the information. Excuse. It takes a bit to load all the information for MP4, but it works out. You know, especially if it's like a small file anyway, right? Again, however, though, even though the goal was to change it to MP4, I didn't really know how. Because there isn't a way to really interact with OGV. There isn't any transcoders. I mean, there's always FFmpeg, or what is it? What's FFmpeg or something? FFmpeg, which I don't really know how to use, to be honest. There's so many options, so many command line tools, I don't know. Or command line commands I don't know how to use exactly. I mean, I have an idea on how to use it. It's just like, I don't want to use it because I'm lazy. I just want like a nice user interface and just press buttons, you know? I generally understand how to use it, but like I don't want to. You know, it's just annoying because if you do like one wrong small little variable that's wrong, it just doesn't do it right. You know, it's like really annoying, basically. I mean, obviously it's the most powerful tool, but like only if you know how to use it. You know, and I don't know how to use it. But what is it? Eventually I found a video, you know, eventually I found this guy's video, this random guy. I don't know who this person is, but they actually showed that you can actually convert the video file to an OGV. So OGV to MP4 and, you know, OGV back, or MP4 back to OGV, essentially. Because that's what I need. I needed to turn it to MP4 and also convert it back. So essentially this guy with 9,000.32 subscribers, or 9.32 thousand subscribers, by the way, essentially showed that you can do it in VLC Player, which I didn't know you could do. I didn't know you could do that in VLC Player. I think I tried using a different tool, but like when I did it, like I can't remember which one I used, but I used a different tool to like do it, but like the bitrate was really bad. So I found like the VLC one is actually the best one, you know? It's still not perfect, but you can kind of finagle it, and then, you know, am I using that word correctly, by the way? But you know, you can like kind of mess with it and then tweak it a little bit, and then it works, essentially. And then you can convert it to OGV. I don't know why. I mean, it's such a niche case, you know. But like, you know, it's good. I even thumbs upped it, you know. And I gave it a special thanks for this random guy, which I don't know, but Maxwell Diddley is a what's the word? A lifesaver? Is that the right word? A lifesaver, not a lifesaver, not life savior. I was thinking of Dream Savior, was the guy who made Translator ++. But anyway. But that's just all to say that eventually I figured out how to do that, made it to MP4, and then MP4 I added the subtitles, my video editor. I used DaVinci Resolve. Again, I don't know if any of this is interesting, but like, I don't know. I like explaining the process because it's like, it was a whole journey, you know? It's like a whole thing, okay? It was a whole like, you know, it was a whole challenge to figure it out. But I use DaVinci Resolve, by the way. Just look at some images. Woo! It's like this, essentially. I don't want to open it up because I think it requires a lot of RAM. You know, like it takes a lot of RAM and GPU and CPU. And I don't want to just open it up randomly. I feel like it would just crash my computer, especially when I'm streaming at the same time. But anyway, I opened it up and then did that, and added subtitles, you know, and then finally converted back to OGV. And then put it back in the game files, and that's what you have here, right? Now, the only issue, again, there is a bit of a quirk to this, and I'm assuming Was it? Was it this one? Devil of the Mirror, I think. Ichio? Because I remember, I don't know if it was this game specifically, I think it was this one. It had cutscenes that when it played, it was very, very bitrate. I don't know, maybe it's not this one, it could be some other one. Some other, like, maybe, it was either this one or some other RPG Maker game. But I swear, they did the same thing where, like, the movies were, oh yeah, it says here, yeah, the game movies, they said, well, they was fixed, but like, you know, I noticed that the game movies where the bitrate was kind of like a little bit more blurry, I guess, was more artifacting, and it's because they probably had to like change the subtitles, right? They had to go into the movies, change it, and then put it back in, and when you do that, just like a JPEG, you know, it causes a lot of artifacting, right? Especially if the codec is not like super efficient, right? I imagine. So when I did that, obviously, so you see here, what is it? I mean, what's the best way to show? I mean, just show the same scene again. So if you see here, it's like this. You see? It's like this, like that, you know, yada, 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 right? But then when you see in the English version, like boom, bam, ram, it's mostly the same, but like you see a little bit of artifacting over here, I feel like. Just a little bit. And there's actually like different versions. I actually tested like different bit rates of the conversion, and it seems like if you use like really low convert, I think this is the one I have. No, this is different. Right, you see here, this one's a little bit more blurry. You see here, I think the sweet spot is around here, I think, and this one they use, it's the one I use, maybe, I can't remember exactly. I think 14,000, and then if you do like 20,000, yeah, if you use more bitrate, it's actually worse. See that? Oh wow, it's so much artifacting. 30,000. Ironically, if you try to add more bitrate into the file, you think more bitrate is good, right? But that just makes it more blurry for some reason. I don't understand. But anyway, they have to use like a lower bitrate. Oh yeah, and I also try to like make it so I try to use like H265, which is like a modern codec for MP4 files, but it doesn't work because my video editor doesn't support it unless you do a premium version, you know. But I'm free to play, so you know, I'm not paying for my DaVinci Resolve, okay? I'm using it for free. Anyway, but you know, even if when I did that, because you know, it kind of worked for like a little bit, but then it, you know, it pops up being like, oh, you know, you have to pay for this, whatever. But it actually worked for like a few minutes, and I did notice that the file quality is barely, like the improvement is barely noticeable, but like it's not worth it really. But anyway, but yeah, so that's a bit of a quirk. Like basically the videos are just not as good looking compared to the original OGV file. Maybe there's a better way to do it, I'm not sure, but I haven't found the better way to do it. That's the best I can do, you know. But yeah, that's why Maxo Diddley has special thanks. Anyway, that's just to explain all that, by the way. It's just to say, like, yeah, the movies are like a little bit off. Also, I have a private browsing window. What is a private browsing window? I forgot. Maybe I'll open it up. Well, sometimes, well, to be honest, sometimes I open it up to look up stuff, but like I'm scared that it might dox me, so like I look it up off screen just to be sure it doesn't dox me. Something like that. Because, you know, private window doesn't show your location or something. Because Google keeps like trying to like, you know, Google wants to know your location, you know, every time. It keeps prompting me to find my location. Sometimes it just doxes you anyway and just shows you where you live. Like, come on. Anyway, but let's see. What else? What else? That's it. That's all I want to talk about in terms of videos. And yeah, it was like a whole thing. Oh, something I feel like you don't think that would be even a thing. You know, if that makes sense. You think you just use like all you need to do is translate, right? But like there's a lot of technical challenges. You know, that's the issue. That's the issue with translating games. It's like it's not just simply translating it. Turns out there's a whole bunch of like technical problems, you know, or like technical like barriers. Oh damn it! What? Of course I died to the freaking Vega, you know, from Street Fighter. Except it's in Japanese, not Vega. It's like or which one is it? Is it Vega or is it? I can't remember. I always mix it up because obviously in Street Fighter, right? They swapped all the names. Balrog, Vega, and Tyson. Only because they didn't want to use, you know, Mike Tyson. They want to make a direct reference to Mike Tyson for some reason in the English version. Maybe because Tyson, Mike Tyson became like a controversial figure or something. I feel like at this point people have forgotten, like all that at this point. Now the spear guy is tricky for some reason because he uses the exclamation mark attacks like right away sometimes, and sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't. So it's actually very confusing. This one. Oh, this one is always like a... When they do a normal attack, it's always 1, 2, and then stab. Ah, oh, damn it. I wonder if like trying to guard in the beginning always makes you like slower when you try to dodge. Damn, it's a stab. Sometimes they do a sweep in the very beginning, See, like that. Ironically, the sword and shield guy is the easiest. They just do like normal attacks, like boom, 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 like no gimmicks. Why are they the easiest? It's so silly. But yeah, there's some lore about these guys, by the way. So members of the Vanguard, they're actually interesting. The purple guys. So they're the result of inhuman research. A mindless undead army was born. Even cut down, they don't die. Even left to starve, they don't die. They were used to capture additional subjects for experiments. Even so, it wasn't true immortality. This too was just another failure. So apparently, yeah, again, like this whole, it all ties into whole immortality research and how people got experimented on to find immortality, and they did make something close to immortality, that kind of like an undead zombie kind of thing, very similar to Dark Souls, by the way, the whole hollowing thing. But apparently, it wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. Time to fight this guy, the Fallen Champion, which I feel like, is that correct translation? I don't know. Can't remember. Oh, that one's tricky. Somehow I parried that, by the way, the freaking stab. But yeah, the whole gimmick of this fight is like they switch weapons. So depending on the weapon they use, it's different patterns. Oh, I tried to grab that, or try to parry that rather. Can't parry a grab. Man. I gotta remember, so when they have the two-handed, I gotta remember they might do a sweep. When they do like dual wield, it's always like boom 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 boom, It's always 2 hits, usually, for a lot of attacks. Escape. Try again. Okay, and this one is when they're made. 1, 2, 3. I still got hit by all of them. Okay, dodge that. There you go. Finally. Tried to. You can't parry that. You can't parry sweeps. There you go. Kablam! Kaboom! And now it's a memory of the champion. He's like stuck on the freaking Iron Maiden. I don't know why, but like apparently that was the champion. Or like, I don't know what you call it. I think it was, I don't know if it's translated directly as champion, but like in Japanese, I think it was like hero or something, or like something like that. Reminded me of like Gundyr, Udix Gundyr or something like that from Dark Souls 3. Something like that. Anyways, the champion who fought to the bitter end. Among the undead vanguard, there was one who retained their sentience. Wielding the corrupted power given to him, he never surrendered. So kind of like, based on the enemies we fought before, this one's actually not mindless. And again, I don't know if I translated this correctly, but it was like, I was the only one who could save them. I was only hope. Or I was our only hope. What does that remind me of? It reminds me of Star Wars, I think, Save us, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope, or something like that. The champion was unceremoniously executed with regret deep in his heart. Wait, aren't they undead though? Does that mean you can't kill them? I don't know. Even though I'm the one who wrote this, I'm not sure if that was the correct translation, because aren't the Vanguard like immortal? You know, are not truly immortal, but like, you know, like mindless undead. I'm not sure if I translated that correctly, but I think it says something about how like they were killed, right? At the end of the day, they were killed somehow. I'm not sure. Anyway. Here's another boss that, I don't know if I translated the name correctly either. Like, I think it's like a complete reinterpretation. I'm pretty sure. Like, it's called, like, I named it Eternal Sentinels. That's not exactly correct, you know? That's not the original meaning. I think it's just slaves, I think. It's like, the original meaning was just slaves of the rotten tree or something, you know, the literal meaning. But like that didn't make any sense, because what tree? Again, like what tree? Where's the tree? You know? Boku, or is it what? How do you say tree again? Is it Boku? Tai, you know, like Tai Boku is the big tree. Anyway, like Boku Dare. Boku Dare. But it was supposed to be slaves of the rotten tree or something. That's kind of lame though, isn't it? Because we already fought the slaves, right? In the very beginning, the first level. So I wanted to call them something cooler. So that's why I called them Sentinels. And especially Eternal Sentinels because of their lore. But I guess we'll see, assuming I can beat this boss fight. Oh, damn it. You know, when they do the dual combo attack, that's actually super easy. I feel like I have that memorized. Because it's always like 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, you know, depending if the faster person attacks, it's always like 2 hits. And when the bigger guy attacks, it's always 1 hit, you know? So it tends to be very simple. But this is when it gets tough. Because now they have 2 swords. How come your mom gives you 2 swords? Ah. See, so that's you have to pay attention. If they're using the shorter sword, they're usually attacking twice. Boom, boom. And if they're using bigger sword, it's always once. Boom. And the bigger sword you don't have to worry about, but like it's when you're using the faster sword. And it kind of breaks your rhythm. Sometimes, yeah, they do that one. Yeah, I still got hit with like 1, 2, 3, you know? The triple hit. What? Eh. Now the bigger guy is easy, you know? They just kind of like do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. You know, it's so easy. Now, oh, when the faster one comes in, it's like, bleh. Oh, really? Got hit. And by the way, I mean, obviously, this is obvious if you saw the previous, you know, playthrough, but the bigger guy always dies, by the way, I've noticed. No matter what. Even if you fight even if the final blow, at least for the phase 1, is the smaller person, the bigger guy always takes the hit. So it's always the bigger guy that gets hit. So phase 2 is always the same person. I was hoping for like Ornstein and Smo situation though, but I guess not. The second phase is always the same. Gotta recover my resolve. Ah, I hate that. Happens so quick. Ah, the faster like enemy. I hate them. I hate them. Oh, really? Oh, damn it. Okay, now I'm getting slow. Really? I thought I hit it 3 times. I mean, you can see, you know? I can't see, but you know, because I'm not focusing on it. But I do show my epic gamer reaction time on the top right there. You can see exactly what I pressed. Skip. Oh, damn it. Always that one. The freaking... It's a grab attack even though it doesn't look like it. It looks like a stab attack. Bleh. I'm sometimes preemptively trying to do it 2 times because I'm scared of the faster sword. Ah, damn it. Eh. Oh, really? Ah. I don't know, it's mistimed, I guess. I guess I might hit it too early. Ah, bleh. Oh, don't trick me. I gotta restore my resolve. Restore resolve. Oh, okay. Lucky. Lucky that it was mostly combo attacks. You know, if they did like a grab, I feel like it would have got me. Threat annihilated. Again, I feel like, I don't know, the game's animations are so good. Maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm just hyper obsessed with this game randomly, but I do feel like the animations are so good and they feel so impactful. You know, like the art is like serviceable, I feel like. I mean, it looks great. Sometimes it looks weird though. Sometimes it's like, especially when you look from the side, you know, when the nose is really big. I don't know. It's kind of like retro anime a little bit, but like, it's a little bit amateurish sometimes, but I do feel like overall, it's like, I don't know, it feels like a very, very fun, you know, very fun to play and nice to look at. Play the game. More dialogue. Oh yeah, well hold on, I'm gonna look at the items. So, you know, memories of the old slaves. Miguas and Hao. Again, I don't know if the names are right, but they're allied with the siblings. So they were the first to be enslaved, stewing of hatred ever since. Again, I don't know if I'm using that right. But anyway. When a certain brother and sister sparked the slave uprising, these two aided them and paved the way to victory. They crossed blades of the vanguard to protect everyone's future. We won't let anyone get past us, no matter what. You know, so that's why I call them sentinels, because the lore implies that they're protecting the siblings, right? Especially the one who took the immortality, you know, kind of destroyed the world, but you know, in an ironic twist. But that's the idea, right? That's why they're sentinels. At least that's the way I localize them. In the original translation, however, it's different. Or I keep saying translation, but you know, original Japanese rather. The original Japanese, it's different. So let's see. Can I find it? Or is it? Right. And there's actually 2 names actually. Because obviously you defeat one of them, and then the second phase is Hao, the name. It's actually the same thing. It just says Kuchiki slaves, which again, Kuchiki, that's not right, but like, it's more so this one. Kuchiki, which means kind of like rotten tree or something, right? So, I don't know. It's not like a normal, like it's not a common word, it seems like. So I'm not sure how to like translate this. But obviously it's tree again, you know, boku or moku. And this one, kuchiru, kuchi. I don't know how you would read this, but like kuchiboku, you know, something like that. Kuchiboku, kuchiki, something like that. But I guess you can interpret it as decaying tree or decayed tree. I mean, oh, it says right here. Oh, kind of. Is it the same thing, actually? It's what I typed, right? I think so. Yeah, rotted tree or something. I think that's right. When I look it up, it didn't show right away, but anyway. It didn't show the compound word, I guess. Did you say, is it like a compound word? Is it the same thing in Japanese? Do you call it compounds? I don't know, anyway. You know, in Japanese, when you combine certain kanji together, it basically makes a new word. But it means rotted tree, decayed tree, something like that. It's a metaphor for something that means meaningless life, but that's kind of too complicated. That's too high level for me. I don't know what that means exactly. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to describe it. To die in obscurity, to be forgotten of time. So I'm not sure. I guess you could describe it as like obscure slaves, you know, or like meaningless slaves or whatever. But like that, I don't know, that makes any sense. Because, you know, again, initially it was dore tachi, I think. Like dore. Well, tachi. Okay, dore means slave or servant. I think. What's tachi meaning? Tachi. I'm not sure how. I actually don't know how to translate it exactly. I know tachi is in relation to dore. So I don't know how to describe it. Right, dore tachi. I mean, there's a Japanese. I mean, this is just the machine translation. Yeah, slaves. I'm assuming tachi like mina tachi or mina-san. No, that's not right. That's everybody. I don't know. I'm assuming tachi means plural. I could be wrong, but I think tachi means plural in this context anyway. So it means like multiple slaves, right? So the original meaning was kuchiki no dore tachi. So it just means like decaying, the decayed tree, or like slaves of the decayed trees. Like, again, the literal translation is just so weird. And like, again, I don't like the word using slave because again, like it's kind of mundane, you know, like we already used the word slaves to describe the enemies in the very first level. You know, like the slave soldier in like Dark Souls, you know, like the hollowed slave soldiers or whatever. They're kind of like level 1 enemies, you know. It's like I want to make them sound cooler because they're definitely kind of like a major boss, right? So I just call them internal sentinels. A very, very, again, jelly donut, you know, localized interpretation, but like I see it as sentinels because that's the only way to describe them, because they're like guardians, or like you know people who protected the siblings, right, when they did the whole thing. So that's why I chose sentinels. And eternal because they're kind of there forever, because they're protecting an immortal person, right? So they're kind of there technically forever, though maybe not literally, but you know, that's the idea. So like, to me, it kind of makes sense. I don't know. Like going back to like how we would describe, what is it? The metaphor of kuchiki, like obscure, meaningless life. So they're like eternal sentinels, if that makes sense. So like eternally like there. Eventually they'll be forgotten with time, maybe. I don't know. I'm just making it up. Anyway. But that's why I chose that name, I guess. I'm just trying to justify it, even though it might be completely wrong. Alright. Let's talk to you. Erone, or Eronea, are you there? Thank you, Wanderer, thank you so much. I couldn't have done this without you. Let's go. I think he says ikimasho, or something like that. That's why I said let's go. Ikimasho. Ikimesho? Is it ikimasho? I think it's ikimasho. I think. Oh, let me see. Let me just double check. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I think he says, yeah, ikimasho. Ikimasho is what he says. Ikimasho. I also, technically in the original Japanese, is ikimasho ano like ano konomotae, something like that, to that girl, which I guess makes sense because we are going to Aranea, but I just shortened it to like let's go because I don't know, I felt like if it doesn't flow very well in English to be let's go to that girl, you know, to the girl. I don't know, it feels weird. I feel like in the context, at least in English anyway, it's already implied that we're going to Aranea. We don't have to say it again. So I just kept it as let's go. Let's go, it's me, Mario. Anyway, again, more justification of my horrible, totally bad translation, you know? But it's the only one you have, okay? You can't complain. Unless someone else makes a better translation, you know? They're welcome to do that. I'll delete everything. If they can make a way better translation, I'll just delete everything. But anyway, not delete, I don't know. I'll just say like, I'll just a link. I'll put a link to be like, hey, this one's a better one. Go over here instead. Anyways, the final boss. It was teased in the trailer. Spoilers. Eronea. You know, that's a difference actually. There's two videos, and one video shows Erote, you know, if you do his whole thing. Anyway, those corrupted by immortality eventually transform into dragons. Something like that. I don't know if that's correct, but like, that's the idea. So that's why she turns to a dragon, by the way, randomly. Supposedly, that's like a thing. I don't know. It's like apparently everyone just knows about it. Like, you know, if you do drugs, you know, the drug called immortality, you'll get turned into a dragon. I don't know. Anyway, dragon time. Grab. Oh, that's a sweep. Oh, really? Uh-oh. Ah, blah. You know, it's kind of tough without the health upgrades, you know? And I'm using the freaking ring. Ernie's End. That's what it's called. Oh yeah, let me look at the... Oh yeah, because we got this just from doing the NPC quest, but Memories of Erote. A brother who loved his little sister. Not that way, weirdo. When the slaves were to be disposed of, he planned a desperate rebellion. He gladly sacrificed himself to protect his sister's life, but it never came to pass. It was my fault. How could I let this happen? How could what was it? How could it happen to me? I've made my mistakes. No, I'm sorry for being such a pathetic brother, Eronea. Something like that. I think that's translated correctly. I think that's basically, you know, instead of him sacrificing himself for his sister sacrificed herself instead. I think it makes sense. What else to look at? Oh yeah, the old journal. Ooh, not that. I didn't mean to go here. Ah! I wanted to go in the old journal. Because there is more stuff. So it says here, the mission. Again, I gotta change this, I feel like, because that's an old translation. I gotta change that. We've almost reached the end of my mission. While spending time with Erote, it made me remember my precious sibling who became immortal, and who I killed in my own hands. So I'm the only one who can do this. My name is Yu. I have one mission. Kill the immortal. So yeah, this is, again, deep lore that you don't see unless you look at the journal entries. Oh yeah, this one too. It's like, Erote is looking for his younger sister, victims of research into immortality. But anyway, so there's actually double siblings lore. So it's not just about Eronea and Erote. The reason why we're doing this is because the main character, protagonist, Yu, also killed their own sibling who became immortal. That's the idea. So that's why they do this all the time. It's just a day job, I guess. They got experience, you know? Anyway. Oh, get away from the vent settings. Ah. Try again. Gotta be careful with the sweeps. Ah, damn it. You can block the sweeps, but obviously increases your resolve gauge by a lot. I do feel like, I mean, obviously I'm jinxing myself, but I feel like the final boss is like a lot easier compared to the other bosses. At least compared to the one that, you know, bites your tongue. You know, that one, the one that kisses you. That I'm gonna use as the thumbnail, you know, clickbait stream thumbnail. It's not, you know, not clickbait in the strictest sense because it is in the game. I would say, you know, it's fair clickbait in my opinion, but you know, not as hard as you know, the Hunter of the Ronin. Especially relatively, because at this point of the game, you play it normally, you have a lot of upgrades, right? I don't know, maybe I don't know if I want it to be more difficult. I do feel it's very fair though, like it's very dramatic, you know, it's very cinematic, definitely a lot of cool animations. Especially like the little 1v1 here, obviously second phase, you know. Very like, I don't know, for some reason reminds me of the end of Metal Gear Solid 3 when you fight the boss. Ow. Eat that. It's like a 1v1 duel, you know? With little tricks. But I think it's fair because obviously you fight like a whole dragon and everything. You don't want it to be so like... how do you say? It's such a big thing. You want it to be like a 1v1 fair fight, no items, fox only, final destination, right? That kind of feeling. As I say as I die, damn it. So, you know, so you don't want to be like no more cheap shots, you know, essentially. You just gotta be good at the game, just get good. Damn it. Okay. The only thing about the dragon though is I keep getting tricked by the sweets, obviously. Especially when I first fought the dragon. I didn't know how to block the flames, you know? Because how would you understand how to block the flames? It's fire. How do you simply parry fire, you know? How does that work? Oh, damn it. Damn it, I keep doing that. Because I panic, you know? I'm like, wait a minute, what am I supposed to do? Oh, yeah. Okay. So far, so good. I don't take any HP damage yet. There you go. Kablam! I do a little cutscene. Woo! I can skip it though. Ah. See, I didn't know you could do that the first time. When I played the game. I think I just skip it. Kablam, kablam, and then stab. And then they try to ambush you. Yep. So grab. I feel like the grab is very obvious at this point in the game. Ah, oh, damn it, I timed it wrong. Like boom, 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 and then block. Damn it. Very telegraphed grab move, by the way. I feel like you normally would not get... For some reason, I was too busy talking. I totally forgot how to parry that. I was gonna say, like, very telegraphed grab move. I feel like you normally will not get grabbed by that. I say as I might get grabbed later. Kablam! Huh? Wah! Such a big health bar. He has. I've noticed she doesn't bother to block my attacks, by the way, as compared to the I boss. If I notice. Ah, damn it. I lost the rhythm there. Oh, really? Anthony? I'm really focused, by the way. I'm locked in. You have to be when you play these type of games, I feel like. You can't just, like, talk about what you ate for breakfast while you play this game. Damn it, yap. Streamers, all they do is yap. All they do is just talk about random shit when they should really just be gamers. Real gamers. They just stare at the screen all day saying nothing. That's what real gamers should do. I guess usually that niche is like... That niche is taken by speedrunners, I feel like. That's just what speedrunners do. My issue is that I don't like speedruns, so I don't really like watching speedruns that much. They're kind of cool if you see the end result, but like, I don't know. It's just kind of like, yeah, that's cool, that's kind of neat, but like, whatever, you know? I just don't see the appeal of speedrunning. I get it, it's like a lot of skill and everything, but like, I just don't like how it's usually about breaking the game, you know? Break. You know, like, break. It's about breaking the game than it is about, like, playing within the rules of the game. Because I feel like that takes more skill, you know? Instead of just simply just doing a bunch of glitches. Or maybe not skill. Rather, let me rephrase that. Not skill necessarily, because sometimes when you break the game, it sometimes does require a lot of skill, right? You do, like, very specific type glitches that, you know, allow you to get a better time and all that. But still, like, it doesn't feel... Like, it doesn't feel like within the realm of the game. Like, of what's possible for the average player, I guess. If that makes sense. Like, you know, you think like to become, like, for example, like to become the most powerful being, you know, the most powerful, like, strong man in the world, you lift something super heavy. I don't know, I shouldn't know what the normal number would be, but let's say, like, I don't know, 500 pounds. You lift like 500, like a 500-pound rock, and you pick it up and you're like, whoa, everybody's like, whoa, you're so strong. But then it's like a speedrunner will be like, what if I just simply use a big, what's it called? Like a crane, you know? What if I just simply hook a big crane and pick it up instead? Easy. Haha, I did it. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, technically you did lift the big, giant 500-pound rock, but it's not as cool because you just use a different technique, you know? You're not technically strong. You just use a different, like, method to do it. It's not the same thing, you know, if that makes sense, right? It's like sports, right? If you cheat at sports, it's like, it's just not the same. Like, of course you achieve the same result, but like, it's not within the bounds of the rules of the sport. So like, it's not as impressive, right? At least to me, right? And again, it can still be impressive in a different way, but then it's just not the sport anymore. It's like a different thing, right? That's how I feel. When I feel like the point of being good at something is being good at it within the rules of the thing, right? Not just like literally doing whatever you want. And that's why I don't love speedrunning, you know? It's all about like doing some random glitch, some random weird thing that it's like super immersive breaking the characters, like doing some weird animation, you know, frame cancel that makes them look very goofy. It's like, imagine that was like in the movie, because that's how I view video games, right? A video game is like a movie or like a story that you can direct yourself, right? Depending on the game, of course. Sometimes obviously it's like super narrative games, not exactly the same, but at least for like action games, right? It's like as if you're like, you yourself are directing the action sequence, if that makes sense. That's how I see it anyway. And so, if you do like goofy shit, you know, where your character's like going like wah 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 wahoo wahoo, you know, backwards long jump in Super Mario 64, it's like wah 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 wahoo, you know, it's like, it's just silly. What do you mean? What do you mean Goku does a backwards long jump to defeat his enemies? Like, what? That makes no sense. Imagine Goku like glitching and then like come back, you know, it's like, and somehow he does like a super 5 million hit combo because he glitches he frame cancels the animations somehow, you know. It's like, I don't know, it doesn't seem right. That's how I view video games, like action video games in particular, I guess. It's a vehicle for me to imagine like a cool thing. Essentially, that's what video games are for me. You know, like, you know, when you're back in like kindergarten, where you pretend to be like a cool like superpower hero, and like, I'm gonna use my superpower attack, and I counter your attack with my super attack or whatever. You know, it's like that. It's your imagination. Except as an adult, you know, at least for me anyway, I don't have an imagination anymore, so I have to vicariously live it through video games. You know? Something like that. No, wait, try it again. Kind of a bad start every single time. I keep doing that. And then flame. And then block. And then grab. Block, block, and then block. Come on. Okay, there you go. Good. Boom! And then... Come on. This should be easy, actually. Though, to be fair, I guess, again, I do have the ring on and everything. Oh, really? So everything is much more deadly. Especially with no health upgrades. Escape. Come back. Okay, try again. Take two. Never mind. Rematch. Time out. Okay, resolve, recovery. I keep trying to block the flames accidentally. It comes out so quick, so I forget how to react to it. See, I panic. I was like, wait, what? Oh yeah, I need to dodge back. Kablam! Alright. Really? I'll just have to do perfect from now on. I don't know, the wave attacks kind of come up really quickly, so I don't know. I kind of end up doing it wrong. Again. Oh, really? It hit me? I was gonna say, you know, the final boss is pretty easy. I jinxed myself as I die 10 million times. I mean, relatively it was easy if you have all the upgrades and everything. It was pretty simple. But now to do it perfectly, you know, or near perfectly, kinda hard. There's no way I'm doing any of these fights perfectly, you know? I'm not Ognball or whatever, how you pronounce her name? The guy who plays Sekiro does everything perfectly, no hit, and even does like fancy moves to make it look cool. But not just Sekiro, I think they play like other as well, like Elden Ring and stuff. Like any kind of game where they can just perfect it, I guess. Really? Got hit for the last one. Really? Bump, 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 right? Bump, 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 bump. Maybe I should tap it a lot faster, I don't know. Oops, I forgot. I forgot it was 3 hits, because I'm so used to the other one where she does 1 hit and then ambushes you. I mix it up. Bye. Come back. Okay. I gotta do phase 1 perfect. Really? You got me? Aw, man. I thought I pressed down. Did it not go down? Did you see the thing light up there? No? Guess not. Really? Come on. Try again. Ah, man. I panicked. I don't remember to dodge back because I'm like, fire, you know? Fire. Fire, hot. This one I can block because it's fireball. It's different. Fireballs, I easily imagine parrying because they're like little balls. You just bounce them off like little balloons. I don't know. But like when it's just fire, flamethrower fire, how are you supposed to parry that? That makes no sense. Oh, I can't imagine it. Also escape again to get my HP back. Try again. I say HP back, but really it's just a restart. Flame. Damn it. Really? Sorry, and phase 2. Sometimes I can get it, sometimes I can't. I don't know what the timing for that is. For the weird, like, blade waves attacks. Aw, damn it. I'm getting worse and worse. My skill is deteriorating, I feel like. I feel like I did pretty good early on, but now I'm like, because I was very confident. Isn't that always how it is? I did this before though, it's just, you know, it's just harder. That's all. It's more punishing, you know? It's like I can't get away with just getting a few hits and still winning. Dodge to the right, just to change things. I always dodge to the left for some reason. This is my default. Here we go again, every time. Enemy is vulnerable. Strike them down. And thus reality is destroyed. Or something, I don't know. There's a little cutscene. Have a little stake thing in your hand, by the way. Apparently that's how you kill immortals, by the way. I don't know, it's like a little stabby thing. And hopefully this, okay, this is correct, right? I'm pretty sure I translate this part too, because you get like a little extra scene here, I think, yeah. The Ronin had finally defeated the Immortal. So this is what I was saying, by the way, the subtitles at the end. I didn't know what I said before, but the world soon corrected itself, eventually returning to its original state. See, I didn't know what the subtitle said, originally the Japanese version. Master Irritate, did that all really happen? Indeed, it's a true story. Then I made up my mind. I'll become as strong as that person, says, I'm assuming this person, so that I can protect you and everyone else. I see. You're very reliable, aren't you? And the person in the wheelchair, by the way, is, I'm assuming, Irrite. Well, I think they said Master Irrite. Anyway, well then, let's get to bed. But I'm not sleepy. Alright, I guess there's no rush. After all, we still have tomorrow. By the way, I don't know. I feel like the original meaning of the Japanese sentence is a little bit more poetic. I didn't know how to like translate that. But basically saying like, we still have a future, is the idea. That the world is not dead and we can have another day or something. I don't know. Something like that. Something cheesy like that. I'm not sure. And here are the credits. Koko no Mozushi. Koko no Mozushi. Sound effect lab, I guess, I think. I wasn't 100% sure, how to translate these, but I'm assuming these are the correct things. And of course, made with Wolf RPG Editor. Finland? No. Anyway, but yeah, you only get that little extra cutscene, by the way, if you talk to Irrite the whole time, essentially. But there you go. That's kind of like the end of the game. Obviously, there's the bonus boss, I guess, as well. And by the way, so this is something that... By the way, let me just... What is it? Like, I think C and D? No, that's not right. C and... There you go. Super Dash. Again, very short game. It's not that long of a game. You just dash through all of it. Wee! Woo-ah! Ooh! There you go. So I believe... this item only appears again if you do Irrite's quest. It's funny, you can accidentally skip his whole thing, which I guess, if you don't really care about the whole lore, like, it doesn't matter. But like, if you do, you actually unlock this little item. You pick it up, and again, it's just more lore. Memories of the Ronin. So look at this lore. So first is the Eronea, the memories of the final boss we just fought. As the research was complete, the slave masters let their guard down. The siblings, who had not given up hope, risked everything. And from the treasure of immortality, she pushed her brother away. Because I knew I would no longer be human, I decided to use my life to protect my brother. I'm sorry. Something like that. I don't know. I'm assuming that's what happened. The way I interpret the Japanese. It's like they were both in front of like the whole thing, the whole culmination, as they mentioned, the research into immortality, and apparently it's like a thing. I don't know, you just pick it up? There's like a little orb thing, you just eat it, it's like an apple, I don't know. But apparently they were both in front of it, and Erone pushed Irrite away to grab it so that she could use it for herself, but like as a way to protect him, I guess. Because apparently the immortality thing, I don't know, everyone just assumes like it's a bad thing though, if you use it. Because apparently it I mean, as far as I can tell, from what Irrite said and from the cutscenes, it seems to like consume your personality, right? So yeah, I don't know if immortal or immortality is the right word for it, but like, I don't know. That's just what I've been using consistently. Anyway, so here's memories of the Ronin, which is the main character. Memories of you, Hunter of the Immortal. I had a precious sibling. His name was Yua. By the way, it's a different one, not you, Yua. He sought out immortality. It was his dream. He was swallowed by it, and the world began to crumble. He begged me to kill him, so I stabbed him, but I couldn't kill him. I kept trying as he wept in pain, until a dark stake appeared on my body. So, kind of like the origin explains why the main character has this stake thing, and I guess the origin of how he got his powers, where he can summon his sword and stab people, I don't know. Something like that. I'm assuming that's what it is. I don't know the setting, by the way. I don't know if it's medieval fantasy or sci-fi. It's kind of hard to like pin down exactly what the setting is, so I'm not sure. Because obviously they're not using guns, they're using swords, but like it's weird magic swords? I don't know. Anyway. But like apparently from a different world, the main character faced a very similar thing, and now they just go to different worlds and just kill immortals. That's all they do. Again, it's just their day job. I guess that's kind of it. Of course, there's also the Warrior's Entry Pass. Upon use, you'll be directed to Coliseum. Whee! And go over here. So, obviously, there's this character. I don't know how to translate her name exactly. What was it? It was... I think it's because I literally, like, try to look up, like... Because, she's an NPC that is actually, like, a default NPC in Wolf RPG Editor. She's, like, the mascot, as far as I understand. So, anyone who uses Wolf RPG Editor, which is kind of like a small niche, a small group, I feel like, relatively. But they'd be familiar, right? If you use Wolf RPG Editor, like, a little logo pops up and it's her, right? Again, I'm assuming it's because when you open it up, she's like the default NPC that shows up. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to find display capture. So her name, though, technically was Ufuru something? Uru, you know, something like that. I think Urufu means wolf, actually. So her name is supposed to be a pun, I think. Like Uruf, you know? Uruf in Japanese means wolf. So it's a reference to Wolf RPG Editor, I think. So her name was Urufuri, like Urufuri, Ufur, or something like that. Ufurur. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. Ufurari, or Ofuraru, something like that. I guess it's Ru, not Ri. Anyway, I ended up with Wolfari only because I tried to search for, like, you know, I can't find the original source anymore, but like, it was some obscure thing from someone's blog, and they also were translating something involving Wolf RPG Editor, and they're just casually mentioning the Wolfari, you know, like Wolfari, the person, the NPC, and they're like, oh, you know, Wolfari, blah, 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 you know, it's like as if it's like a official name. So I was like, I don't know if that is the official name, but I'll use it. So, like, I just stole it from someone else, to be honest. Get me honest. I don't know. I can't find this. I don't know the source anymore. You have to Google it. I'm not sure. I mean, I think it's fine. I don't know. Is it plagiarism? I'm not sure, because all I'm naming is... I was just trying to find, like, an official name. English name for the character. That's all. Anyway. We talked to her, she's like, welcome, my name is Wolfari. I'm your guide to Wolf RPG Editor. I'm assuming that's like a default stock line. But then you can fight her. Let's have a friendly match. And like, it's just a whole thing, you know? I mean, I did this before. I don't know if I can do it again, especially with the ring and with no upgrades. I barely survived the first time, so... Oh yeah, and this one, you don't actually die, you say, you lose. That's it. Ah, damn it. Ah! Oh yeah, I forgot, she does that. She does an ambush and then attack right after. Ah. Anyway, whatever. I don't feel like doing it only because I already beat the game. You know, I'm good. I don't feel like doing it again. And you know what? Someone else can do it. Especially on like hard mode or whatever. You know, if you're interested. But anyway. I feel like I'm good. You know, I feel like I beat the game. And everything. I don't need to prove anything. Again, I technically already beat her in the previous stream. I don't need to do it again, I feel like. All I really want to do, the only reason I want to do hard mode, because I don't normally do hard mode or whatever, make it more challenging. The only reason I did it was to kind of like pad out the stream, gonna be real honest. Because I don't know if I had much else to talk about, you know? Let's see. Actually, can I... Let's go back here. Is there like any music in here? A little bit. Very quiet though, I feel like. Boom, 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 boom. I just want some background music. So, I mean, I don't know. Well, it's been like 3 hours and about 3 hours and 30 minutes. What else can I talk about, really? Because I feel like that's it. In terms of gameplay, I don't really want to do anything else. So I can look through the stuff here. Old journal, memories. I love going through the lore. There's some descriptions of some of the items that we have. But that's pretty much most of the items. I mean, obviously the journal, of course, that kind of explains some things. Again, there's some lore. Technically, like, you know, you're a Ronin. Oh, this is funny. Like, for everyone, death is final. If you wake up from certain death, then it must have been a bad dream. You know, it doesn't count. It was just a bad dream, that's all. I don't know. Something like that. But I feel like I translate most of this good enough, you know? I feel like it gets the meaning across. And I always, you know, I play a lot of like Japanese or like foreign language RPG games, RPG Maker games, or indie games that get translated to English, and something I complain about, right? Sometimes it gets translated by a person who either doesn't really understand English, or are not fluent in English, or it's just a complete, like, very simple machine translation. Either one is like, it's not very good because you're not really translating the meaning of the language. Translation is not simply literally like one-to-one, you know, giving you the equivalent in English, but also conveying the context and meaning of the language as well, which is something a little bit harder, right? In my opinion. I guess that's it. Again, the only thing I would change is this. I thought I did this. Maybe it didn't update. I need to like do it again or something. I don't know. I must have missed it somehow. But this is what I would change. I would change this. Change this to another Ronin, you know, or another Wanderer maybe. In the original thing, it was, I think, another, like, it was the same language. It was I guess that's something I talk about. It was, let me see here. The word that they use, right? Where is it? No, it's not this one. Here you go. So, again, I don't know how to translate this, but initially there's two words to refer to the character. It's Aruku, or Aruku Mono, which I'm assuming Mono is kind of like a group of people. So Aruku is how usually Erute refers to you. So I'm assuming it just means, well, it means to walk. So walking or walker. Just makes you think of like, what is it? Walken? Christopher Walken, you know? Anyway, so Aruku Mono. So Mono means person, right? So Mono means person, right? So Aruku Mono, I think, just means a person that walks or a traveler, right? Like, so, you know, it's funny. I remember in Genshin Impact in particular, you know, the main character, your self-insert protagonist, is often called Tabibito, which is a very similar word, I think. It also just means traveler, right? They use that same word. But I think, I mean, it makes the most sense, right? If you want to use like a generic term to refer to someone, I think traveler makes the most sense. Or I guess tourist? You're a tourist. That doesn't sound right to me. I don't know. But I think it makes sense, right? Aruku Mono. Aruku Mono is like a person that walks. So that's why I translate it to like, you are a wanderer, right? But another word that they use is this word, which I don't know how to translate exactly. I just kind of guessed. Because yeah, it can mean like a lot of things, really. I don't know. I think it can mean Tada Bito, right? Or again, Tabi Bito. By the way, Tabi Bito means traveler, but Tada Bito means ordinary person. I think that's the right. This is in kanji, right? So ordinary person. I guess it can also mean Itazura Bito, dead person or useless person. I don't know. Also, again, walker, but I don't want to use walker again because that seems redundant, right? To use a word that means Aruku Mono and then again, that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. Kachibito or Zunin. I don't know what that is, to be honest. A prisoner. Or Adabito, capricious person. Like, none of these fits, I feel like. I don't know. Because I was thinking, the way the game uses it, and again, it's like it's not that important to the lore. You really only see it in the menus, and I imagine most people don't even look at the menus, so like it doesn't matter. But like I don't know, I'm so obsessed with making sure like it's correct that as far as I understand, it can also mean like a foot soldier or like a something like that, a samurai on foot during the Edo period. I think it doesn't show here, but I think it can mean something like that, as far as I know. Maybe look at here. I don't know. It says see kachi, right? This one. It can mean kachi, so a foot soldier in the Edo period, or a samurai on foot. So I'm assuming that's what they mean, right? And a foot soldier in the Edo period, I mean, you can look it up. Foot soldier in Edo period would be something like an ashigaru, right? Because I know, because I played Total War Shogun 2 or whatever, I played this a lot. I have like how many hours in this? I forgot. Does it show? I don't know. I have it in my library. I played this a lot. It's how I got into the Total War. I played like a lot of Total War series games for a while. I really got into it. I didn't play any of it on stream. Like I got into it for a while. I played like 200 hours, by the way. Anyway, it's not the, by the way, Total War series. It's like not the most accurate representation of war, but it's like the best one. It's the closest one in terms of video games. It's kind of cool because you got to control armies. It's not just like an RTS where you just Zerg rush essentially. You just group up a bunch of things or units together and like just Zerg rush. No, you actually have this strategy. You have to like flank enemies. You have to have formations. That kind of thing. It's really cool. Anyway, but Ashigaru basically were the soldiers during the historical Japanese period, right? And they had guns, even before guns, they were just like spear soldiers. They had spears and like bows and arrows, that kind of thing. And the whole point is that it was different back then because at the time it was mostly like samurai, right? Before Ashigaru were used a lot, like typical like modern military, essentially like common soldiers, it was just like samurai, usually like samurai with maybe some like retainers or something, and they would like duel or whatever, like little skirmishes. But then when military started modernizing is when they actually had built like really big armies and all that. That's when they started like organizing like actual soldiers, like a military, right? And that's what Ashigaru comes from. They were like peasant infantry that just on foot. And normally, right, in like peasants normally wouldn't own anything, but obviously if you're a soldier, you probably get a lot of benefits because you're in the war and all that. Assuming you live, I guess, but but instead of like a farmer, you get to actually do something else of your life that probably pays you more. Well, hopefully anyway. Assuming you don't die of an infection, you get like an arrow stuck in your shoulder, and like obviously you're just a peasant, so the medicine probably isn't that great, so you just end up just dying from the arrow infection. But anyway, but yeah, anyway, so I was thinking, so even though it's not really a term to say like kachi, jin, whatever, like I feel like it's the closest one that makes sense to me, right? Because this kind of meaning doesn't really fit. I don't know the Japanese grammar rules, but I believe you can't say like kachi like jin. That doesn't make no sense as far as I understand. But like I don't know, to me it makes the most sense to me because I feel like it has a kind of like this like medieval feel to it, And so I wanted to capture a term that meant like samurai on foot. I can't use ashigaru because ashigaru is a very specific meaning, I feel like. And I can't just say samurai because I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. So I was thinking like Ronin, right? Now Ronin, like the specific term, it basically just means, a person who does not have, or rather a samurai does not have a master, or doesn't have land, essentially. Kind of like a knight errant, as I mentioned before, like a knight errant. Very, common in like medieval fantasy fiction, kind of like a chivalric, I mean, it says here, chivalric, knight that goes around, and be's a hero and whatnot, slays the dragon, saves the princess, cliche, right? Ronin, essentially, it doesn't mean that exactly, but it has that kind of similar vibe to it in terms of fiction, right? Kind of like, what do you call it? Like a yusha in Chinese, is it? Or is that Chinese? No, it's not Chinese. Yusha means, oh, it's also Japanese, right? Yeah, it means a hero in Japanese. No, I guess not Yusha. What's it called? I swear, what was the Chinese version of the hero name? No? I swear, what was it called? No, that's not it. I'm trying to search for a word that I don't know. I forget. Medieval hero name that often uses a single-handed sword, you know, in romance, romanticized fiction. It is well, this one, but oh no, I think it's called, is it called wuxia? This one. Okay, this is, I think this is a genre. Whatever. Anyway, or yeah, wuxia. Anyway, something like that. Anyway, I don't know. That's a tangent, but like what I'm trying to say is like Ronin. I feel like captures a very similar vibe, even though it's not a direct translation. The idea of a drifter, you know, or a wanderer, right? It kind of makes sense, at least in English. Ironically, in English, you know, like it makes more sense, I feel like, than in Japanese. It's like a wandering, like warrior that walks around and does things, you know? So that's why I settled on Ronin. Again, a whole big thing just to explain why I use the term Ronin, even though I feel like it might not be the exact translation. And I specifically use Ronin capital because, again, I'm not sure how to translate it exactly, but it seems to imply that it's kind of like a group of people, especially if, you know, because you fought like right? The Eye Hunter, that, you know, freaking like, again, wrong translation here, but like the other person that looks kind of similar to you, the same robes and all that. So that implies that they're also a Ronin. So it's kind of like a plural kind of thing, you know. It's not, you're not the only Ronin, but you're of the Ronin, you know. Kind of like the Chosen Undead, or like the Tarnished, you know, in Elden Ring, right? That kind of thing. Or like a hunter in Bloodborne or something. Actually, what is it called? Was it called in Bloodborne? I don't know. I never played Bloodborne. I only watch gameplay. Well, I want to play Bloodborne someday, but I can't emulate it. But anyway, but yeah, so that's why I settled on Ronin. I feel like it feels like the best term for it, like a wandering warrior, right? But I can't just put wandering warrior, that's too long of a word, so I have to use like one word. And maybe there's a better word for it, I don't know. If anyone knows like the real better translation of this random word right here, let me know, because I have no idea. No idea what this means. I mean, obviously you put in machine translation, it just gives you something else. Like, what does this mean? Ocean, abundance? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. None of this guy. Anyway. Alright, I mean, anything else? You can look at the, you know, I can look at the game Twitter. Again, I feel like the, what was it, the YouTube channel and the Twitter for this game is kind of like very small. I mean, obviously the game is very obscure, but I also feel like the developer didn't really, you know, it was just for this singular game, so they didn't really update it that much. Really, most of their content, I still link it anyway, but like most of their content really is on their actual main channel, which is a bunch of stuff over here. I think they're going through the 17th annual Wolf RPG Editor Contest. Actually, you know, they're just doing Let's Plays. I guess, I don't know. I think they're just doing Let's Plays. I think I watched a little bit of this one. You can see here I watched a little bit of it. I can't understand Japanese though, unfortunately, so I can't really enjoy that much. But they're just playing through like Wolf RPG Editor stuff. It's kind of cool. They're just doing Let's Plays. I'm doing Let's Plays. Why are they doing Let's Plays? Anyway, I said before, you know, like for some reason there's a lot of like, not a lot, but like, you know, or rather it's a coincidence rather that I've noticed that like game developers are also like making content as if they're content creators. Or I shouldn't say as if, they are content creators. In fact, they're better than most content creators. They actually make something, you know, anyway. You know, they're trying to juggle, you know, a bunch of stuff at once. And I feel like, I mean, you know, if they can handle it, then fine. But like, I feel like it's a big task though to like be able to like do that too, you know, on top of like developing games. 'Cause I've noticed like a lot of game developers, they focus on making a game. They also make videos about other stuff, you know, but like, it's hard to find time to do both, you know, because I feel like you're very busy. and trying to like finish your own game, you know, finish your own game, but also you make content. It's like it's a time sink. Anyway, I wasn't sure for asset license. I don't know if this matters, but like again, I don't own the game. It's not my game, but I put Creative Commons because in the README file, I think it said like, I mean, I guess I can just show. Hold on, let me see again if I don't dox anything. Oops, oh, is the game not being captured? Weird. Oh, there you go. I guess I minimized it, I guess. Where is it? I'm gonna open up the README file. There's actually it was 2 files actually, but I only translated 1. The reason being because I'm kind of lazy. You know, I didn't want to translate the other one, but the other file, the other text file, was mostly about updates. You know, like kind of like a update log, which, to be honest, I feel like for most people are not going to be interesting because it's not as if they've been following the game the entire time. I'm gonna be honest. It's still good because you want to keep track of what you changed and everything, but I feel like for most people it might not matter that much. You know, that's how I feel anyway. So I just only translated the only 1 file because I feel like the other file is just not worth it to translate. You know, people don't need to see it. You know, if they really want to, they can download the original game and look at it. But like, it just basically is like, you know, what changed? You know, they changed some mechanics here and they changed the frame data over here. You know, that kind of thing. Anyway. But there's a little README file that I translated as well. It even says here, you know, and again, this is based on the, I didn't write, well, I wrote the English, but I didn't write the original Japanese. But I translated what they said essentially, and it's basically, yeah, they mentioned how like there's a loading screen. That is kind of weird. Though not, you know, not the strangest thing in the world, you know, but I feel like, I guess some people might think like, oh, you know, they're loading something. They're like, well, what's going on? You know, but there is a loading screen when you first start a new game. And of course, you know, it might freeze a little bit, but you know, it will load eventually. And of course, when you load from a file, there won't be a loading screen, but like it freezes a little bit. But like, you know, at least for my computer, it's pretty fast. I imagine if you have a computer from like, oh, I don't know, like 20 years ago, maybe it'll be a little slow for you. I don't know. I remember actually someone made a comment actually asking where to get the game and everything, and I told them, you know, I linked the game. They're like, oh, that's cool. Anyway, is there a mobile? You know, I'm like, why does everyone want their games on mobile? Stop playing video games on mobile. Get a computer. You know, what are you talking about? I don't know. Zoomers, I guess. They just play everything on their phones. I don't do that. I'm the opposite. I don't use my phone for anything. I mean, I used to borrow like an iPad to play like Fate Grand Order, I think, a long time ago, but eventually I didn't bother anymore. And like, again, I don't bother getting like an expensive phone. I just buy the cheapest phone I can get that still can like download apps, I guess, just to use to order stuff, you know, like, not in order, like, you know, I was gonna say like for, you know, what is it, like the KFC app, you know. By the way, hopefully KFC doesn't find this out, but like on the app for KFC, at least here in Canada anyway, you can, there's like a deal usually that is pretty cheap, you know. It's like cheaper than for like a combo, for like, you know, a chicken combo. I don't get it often, but like it's pretty cheap, like $10 for I don't know, like 3-4 pieces of chicken and like a side of fries, you know. It's pretty good. You know, because if you normally buy it, it's like way more expensive. Anyway, but that's part of the reason. I just have that just for the app, and I don't order delivery, rather I always pick up, you know, in case I'm like nearby like a fast food restaurant. I just have like a few apps to be like, oh, you know, I can check the coupons or whatever and be like, oh, I can save some money. But anyway, it just as an occasional treat, really, because fast food is still kind of expensive, obviously, over the long term. But if you want good deals, you got to go through the phone apps. And again, I can only assume it's a glitch, to be honest, that they for some reason didn't update the price, because I swear the $10 like discount combo, chicken combo thing is like way too good, actually. I don't know, did they accidentally just didn't take it off their like lists on the app? I hope they never do, because it's very cheap for what it is. It's a lot of calories, but obviously I just, if I eat it, like basically it's 2 meals in one, you know. Anyway, it's a tangent. Anyway, README file. Oh yeah, and there's also saving and exiting, something I don't really show off very often because I don't quit, but like, I don't quit in the middle of a game, but you can like quit. Like the whole thing as well. Like apparently there's 3 variables depending if for if somehow, by the way, you save over all 100 slots, which is insane. I don't know how you would do that unless you just play the game like 10 million times, I guess. There's a variable that actually keeps track of that and it changes the description. I also translated that because I had to translate it, but I don't know. Anyway, but like, you know, if you quit through the menu here, it actually saves and quit. So it actually saves your progress. So that's the thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, it says here, you know, save data 200. Don't delete that, you know. It'll break your game, probably. How to install? Just delete the game folder. I think in the original Japanese, it was something else. I basically simplified it to be like, just delete the game folder. Delete it. Come on. Not that hard. Anyway, oh yeah, and here's the guidelines. This is the reason why I look at the README file. It was actually two. It was actually two things here. It was kind of, I felt like copy and paste though. It basically said like, you're welcome to share gameplay videos as long as within common sense. You would be appreciated if you post a title of siblings in a place where you can see by other viewers, right? And then it was like another like section, you know, kind of like this. It would be like here, this section, the FanWorks guide. Like initially it was just video guidelines and FanWorks guidelines. And it would say the same thing. It would say like, if you're welcome to share, you're welcome to create FanWorks as long as within common sense, blah, 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 same thing. So I just combined it into two instead of doing that because I felt like it's redundant to have both. So I just combined it to say like, you're welcome to share gameplay videos and create FanWorks as long as within common sense, you know? Something like that. Which, by the way, I interpreted as basically it's like a non-commercial, you know, Creative Commons or whatever, you know, which is an option you can pick on itch.io. It's for assets though, so it's not really for the game, but I don't know. I feel like it applies for the entire game though. Essentially, it's like you can like, you share the game, you can like, you know, you can use it to like make FanWorks or whatever, just don't sell it, you know. Like try not to make a profit off of it because that's just a little impolite because the game is supposed to be free. You can't just take it and sell it. Anyway. Oh, and here's some notes like not responsible for any damage, you know, or any works that uses work. And unauthorized reproduction and commercial use of this work is prohibited. But does not include advertising revenue from video sites or from tips. So you can still get, I don't know, you can still get, how do you say, monetization from YouTube videos, essentially. By the way, unauthorized reproduction. I got permission. Hopefully, unless there's a language barrier, and maybe he said no, you know, instead, but like, I'm pretty sure I got permission. I think so. I got like a DM actually, and they said like, oh, okay, you can do it. Like, hey, thanks. But yeah, anyway, that's just the README file. I don't know. Is there anything interesting? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I put a little translator note here, by the way. It's something I, well, kind of learned, well, not on my own, but I Googled it, you know, to be like, you know, wait a minute, how do I do like a header? Because I don't want to like, I'm such a weirdo, but like, I mean, I'm like, my name's already on this. I don't want to like link my stuff because it's, you know, it's already linked to my profile on itch.io anyway. Though I swear, most people don't bother though. They don't bother to go to check the developer of a game. Anyway. But I want to like make a little note here, but I didn't want to make it prevalent, you know, like only for people who are that interested. But you can click on it to open it up. I think I looked at how to do that. I think there's a tool for that I learned later that I didn't need anymore, but like I think NPCKC actually has like a tool. Hold on, let me see. Just making sure I don't know, somehow. And I always, before I Google stuff, like I always try to remember to like not accidentally dox myself. But yeah, like specifically NPCKC, by the way, developer I play a lot of games from, they have a little article here that shows you how to do that. Which again, I didn't need it anymore. Like then, I think it's this one, embedded version. You had to use like CCS or something, or yeah, CSS, not CCS. I always get it mixed up. Anyway, it's just to pop up this. That's all. It's just to show this. I was wondering how to do that. Again, I didn't learn it from this though, but it kind of gives you a nice little like instructional guide. I just kind of Googled it, figured it out. But like, yeah, I gave it a 5 stars anyway because I'm like, this could be helpful for people in the future, Anyway, just a small thing. But yeah, basically I'm like, I like the game, so I tried translating it. Anyone give me feedback. And that's why I put this little link here to my YouTube channel because I don't know, I still want to lick myself. I just hide it under a heading instead, so like I don't feel like, I don't know, it seems impolite to be like, hey, by the way, I did this, me, I did it, I did this, I did this, I did this, here's my link, here's my channel, I don't know, I don't want to be too intrusive because I'm all I did really is just make a little patch. Anyway, but yeah, it's not really something I would do normally unless the other game gets finished. I'm still waiting for this game to be finished, assuming it does. Though I don't know if I'll translate it though, because there is actually a lot more dialogue in the room, if I remember correctly. Last time I played it, it's just a lot of text, so I don't know. Well, a lot more text anyway compared to this one. Anyway. Alright. What else? Anything else I want to mention? Oh yeah, I did want to mention, I think I already talked about this yesterday, but I guess I did want to mention how I don't think it matters that much for me in particular. It's just a coincidence that Itch.io, started delisting everything. Not everything, but not safe for work content, right? As I mentioned before, there's this whole thing that happened. It happened to Steam, it happened to Itch.io now. They're just kind of trying to remove not safe for work stuff, right? Again, I feel like for most of the content I don't really care about, right? But I don't want to be dismissive though. Yes, because we don't want payment processors or one small group to control what we can consume on the internet, right? So, that is something to be cautious about. And it is something that's been happening not just now. People have been paying attention now, but it has been happening in the past as well. I think in Japan, it's been a thing already where payment processors kind of limit what people can buy, I think. Something like that. But I do care in the sense that some games, a few games I do might get affected. I mean, the first thing I think of is Fear and Hunger. Can I even find it, You can't really, you can search for these, you can't find, these are mods or whatever. It's hard to search. I think by default, you can't search for not safe for work content. Let me see, can I find Fear and Hunger, the Itch.io page? Yeah, you can search it on Google, I think, yeah. You can find it here, and buy it here. So it's still here, it's just, I think it's considered not safe for work, right? I'm not sure. I know it's tagged as not safe for work, but, you can't really search for it. At least on the Itch.io thing, but you can search for it on Google, and obviously you can find it here. I think, Termina, I think, was updated recently as well. Though I don't know. Well, it was, or it hasn't been implemented yet, rather, but the developer has been teasing updates, rather, is what I'm trying to say. Let me see, is it in here? This is the demo. I actually played the demo extensively, actually. I played it off screen. I played the first one, Fear and Hunger, on stream. I haven't played the second one yet. I've been waiting for the update, which apparently has been, as far as I know, the update has been delayed a whole bunch because of some shenanigans about them losing data and all that. So there's a new update 3 days ago. I actually don't want to look at it because it's gonna be spoilers, right? I don't want to spoil myself. Anyway. But yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. This game getting, banned and removed, that would suck. I do have a copy of a version of this game on my hard drive, but obviously, if I don't get to play the new version, that kind of sucks, right? I can't buy it or get it in any way. That would suck, right? Because in the sea of trashy games, whether or not it's not safe for work or not, yeah, most of it is garbage, but sometimes there's hidden gems. Sometimes there's little things that are actually pretty good. So I feel to, I guess, what's the metaphor, to throw the baby, what was it? To throw away the bathtub with the baby? What's the idiom? Throw the baby with the bath water. idiom, I think, right? That's the idiom. I have to look it up. Or it's this. Okay, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Right, it's this. That's the idiom. I don't use this expression a lot. In fact, I think the only time I heard about this idiom is, I think Northern Line said it once, and I was like, what does that even mean? I had to look it up. But yeah, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, I guess, right? So that's how I feel about the whole like shenanigans with Ichio. And I guess to dig even deeper, because they were, I don't know, I don't want to be a drama content creator, I guess. But hold on, let me see. I think I saw a little bit more on Ichio. I think it was Ichio's like Twitter, I think, right? And there was a response to it, and I swear they got like a freaking like a community note, you know? So like I remember. Where is it? Did they delete it? I'm not sure. Where is it? Here you go. So yeah, so it was on this, and they mentioned right here there was a community note that was previously on this post that was sharing misinformation. Right. It's gone now. Where is it? I think it's gone. They took it off. What? They took it off. I swear. Yeah, it says here like, you know, it says here, go look at this. Go fuck yourself, says Knight 752. Here's the note. And then several people have reported missing games in their library city. Community was not spreading misinformation. Ichio was deleted games from people who bought them without refund. And then these two sources, and I can't find them anymore. Is it not here anymore? I swear, because guess what? The sources is like two people, and they're like, I can't find my games anymore. And the other person's like, you know, the same thing. I can't find it in my library. And it's like, I don't want to defend Ichio. I don't think Ichio needs defending because it's not really their fault. It's like, you know, Visa and MasterCard's fault. But anyway, the community though is like a little bit reactionary. I feel it's a bit of a knee jerk because it's like literally the source is literally trust me, bro. You know, it's like two people. It's not a very good sample size in my opinion. You know, it's not very hard. It's not hard evidence. Is all I'm saying, you know? So like I feel like the whole like they de-indexed all not safe for work content, blah blah blah, and that you can still find it. It's just you can't search for it, you know, basically is the whole point. And they're going through a process to like verify it, whatever it is, I don't know. But yeah, I mean that's what's happening. And like I remember there was a community note to be like, no, that's not right actually. Ichio is wrong, and here's why. And like it's just sources from like two people randomly, you know, on the street. You know, it's like that's how I felt, right? Anyway, something I wanted to point out because I found it kind of funny. Again, I don't want to like be part of this drama. I don't know, it's not even drama, but like, you know, this whole thing. But like, I do feel like people are a little bit knee-jerky and reactionary to the platform Ichio. And again, I don't want to defend. It's just a platform. Who cares? Like Ichio, Steam, Reddit, you know, Tumblr, 4chan, all these like websites, you know, like I don't owe loyalty to any of them. Twitch, YouTube, who cares? These are just websites, you know, they're HTML websites or whatever. It's not HTML, I guess. What do you call it? HTTPS? Anyway, you know, they're just platforms. I feel like for some reason people are so like emotionally attached to like certain social media for some reason, you know. I personally I'm like whatever, you know, I'm neutral. Like it's not about the platform, it's about the people, you know. It's about what you post on the platform. It's about the content, you know? It's what you talk about. That's what matters, not the actual platform itself. Anyway. But yeah. There's more like stuff here. It's like... So what's this? So like... games aren't deleted. Hold your horses. Nope. Here's my library suspended from posting files. This is actually a lot worse than Steam. Okay. I mean, that's true. I mean, that is true. It is worse, more worse than Steam. But like, again, stop lying, you bastards. You know, like, what does this guy say? Get AIDS. Wow. Who are you? Sorry, I don't want. 20? Are you level 29? So I assume you're 29 years old. Goon Lord. I don't know, man. It's a little bit of a reactionary. Is that the right word? Reactionary? A bit of a knee-jerk reaction, you know? Anyway, whatever. All is this just to say, it is a bit of a coincidence that I released this English patch at the same time that this was happening. Is it a good or a bad thing? I don't know. I feel like it gives itch.io more attention, so maybe more traffic, or maybe the opposite, where everybody just leaves and like it's like Tumblr, right? When Tumblr tried to ban like porn, basically, it kind of backfired. Like I think they, what was it called? They backpedaled on that, I think, but it was too late. I don't know, but either it's a mass exodus from itch.io or maybe it's more traffic. I don't know, but either way, it's kind of like it's a coincidence that I uploaded this patch at the same time. Anyway, so yeah, I feel like that's it for today's stream. I just kind of rambled the whole time talking about my little English patch, this little project that hopefully someone will find fun, I guess, for like 10 minutes, and then they delete the game. They're like, oh, okay. And they move on and do something else with their life. But, I'm just hoping that I gave this game a little bit more attention because I think it deserves it. Because, I don't know. It's such like a short little game, but like, I do feel like it deserves a lot more attention, It's free. It's like exactly what I want, from like a Souls-like, Sekiro-like type game. And it's kind of short, it's just a very short little experience, so I think that's like extra points because you don't have to like invest a lot of time to just, to play it, right? Not like 100 million hour RPG or anything. But there you go. But that'll be it for today. Again, talked about it a lot, replayed it. I did it on hard mode in a way. It's funny, it's not literally hard mode, but like, it's like a just similar to Dark Souls, it's kind of like a self-imposed challenge. Not something I do normally, but I did it anyway. Again, not including this bonus boss. Nah, don't worry about it. She doesn't count. You can do it yourself. But anyway, but yeah. That'll be it for today. It's been about 4 hours. So yeah, I'm not gonna go 6 hours this time, like freaking yesterday. So I ruined my my sleep schedule. Oh, wrong one. Whoa, what's the button? This one. Okay, somehow I always press the wrong button. Even though it's the hotkeys, I literally put the hotkeys myself. It's a combo hotkey too, so it's not one button. A lot of streamers have like one button hotkeys. That's a bad idea. You can do combination hotkeys. So for me, it's like Alt period for like the number pad and Alt. What's the other one? Look at my keyboard. Alt slash, I guess. I do like a combination. Kind of like Control C. Control V, copy and paste. I think is a good idea, so you don't accidentally like press a hotkey that actually affects something else in some other software or video game. But anyway, but yeah. So I think that'll be it for today. Hopefully, people find some value in this stream. I don't know, or even the English patch. That's all I can ask for. But there you go. Let me just say, my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, noon Eastern time. Somehow, if you watch the VOD to this very end, be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, because if you didn't know, I actually stream these games live, so do that, and follow my Twitch and Twitter and whatever, and also give me 5 stars for this English patch. I don't know if it helps, but it makes me feel good. But there you go. What else want to mention? Oh yeah, and of course, Alina of the Arena as well. I'll probably play that one more time for next week. I really want to defeat that final boss, that like the final boss, the real final boss of that game. I think I'm gonna play a little bit more off screen, just get more practice, and I guess unlock the classes as well. There's like the bandit class I want to unlock. I don't want to have to spend more time, because you have to do more runs to unlock the classes, I think, and I'd rather just grind it off screen, I guess. I'll save obviously the real final boss on stream though. I want to be like, I want to do like real attempts on stream, I guess. I don't know. It's because I feel like that's better instead of just doing everything off screen. Because I feel like that's the one thing I want to avoid, and just do everything. Oh, I already beat this guy like 10 times. Let me do it again on stream. It's like, I don't know. It's not very exciting that way. It's more exciting when you haven't done it yet, right? Anyway, but yeah. Again, that'll be it for today. Again, next time, play more Alina Arena and maybe some other game. I just play more video games. Oh yeah, I'm also releasing, it's not a big deal, but like I'm also finally finished editing the Forest of the Drizzling Rain, I think, playthrough, right? Did like a long time ago. It's been, well, for one, the game itself, the playthrough has been, I think, more than a year. I'm not sure. But the editing also took like 3 months. It's like 7 episodes. I don't know. I don't know if it's interesting for anyone, but like, I spent a long time doing it, so you know, that'll be done soon and uploaded. I also spent some time making some funky little, you know, titles, which I don't know could be, I don't know if it's offensive or not. I guess we'll see. Anyway, all right. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.